Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, August the 18th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you see my screen? Thank you very much, guys. All right. Well, I hope you. I hate to use the term "took my advice," but remember yesterday, towards the end of the day, I know I shut the room down around 3, and I said, "Okay, guys, what I think you can do is keep watching VRPX and see how it trades towards the end of the day and then after hours, VRPX." Well, man, oh man, what a move. So see where it closed yesterday. I think that's about the 3 there, right around there. So that was right near the high of the day. Had the big move after hours. I took advantage of that. And for whatever reason, I decided to just keep a little piece of it. So I woke up this morning to, my goodness, this. This was when I went. Our chart stopped at around 7 o'clock, so that was about $20. I thought, okay, I keep a little piece of it just in case. And man, the just in case happened. Look at this. I mean, it almost doubled up to $40. I'm out of it completely. I got rid of most of it around that 35, 36 mark. And now we'll have to see what happens. I mean, it looks like, it's actually holding well. Very low float still. But what a move, guys. So again, it worked out. So if you were listening to me, basically saying watch it, see how it closes, and then if it starts to move after hours, you might want to take some. So now it's funny, Zach, because I was kicking myself for not following the ALF as closely as I was the VRPX, because that went from about 10 to 1060, but in retrospect, that's okay. So now take a look at the PMCB. Now I have no idea if it's going to do something similar. I've got it. There we go, PMCB. Now, basing not too badly. I've got a 6 break here. Same kind of deal, guys. It's 1.5 million in the float. Ton of room if it wants to keep going. All right. I don't see any specific news. I mean, the CEO talks about a NASDAQ uplisting, which obviously happened, but I don't see any specific news other than that, if that is the news. And so when you say a recent IPO, I guess it must have changed symbols or something like that, because I'm seeing that too as a headline. Anyway, look at it go. I mean, if it takes out 6, I know it's already up 68%, but hey man, like anything can happen, especially if those, like myself, are finally going to get out of the, or have got out of the VRXP, and now we're kind of looking for the next one, the next insane crazy one that moves massive percentages for honestly no reason. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it, and that low float. But again, if you do take this one, make sure that you don't wander away from your computer. This has already traded the float 7.4 times. Now, but there are other things happening. B-Way. Okay, wrong one. Here we go, Brainswave. Okay, B-Way, FDA clearance, so this popped all the way up here, up to 1050. This does have some news, but it's pulling back a lot. Was not shortable for me, so I was watching this, but it's just not shortable for me. Another low float situation, 7.4 million. Tilray, T-L-R-Y, an acquisition of MedMen. That happened after hours, so this has put some juice into this stock this morning, but it's starting to fade. I have no faith in any of these cannabis plays, but got to bring it to your attention. It's up 6%. Yeah, market orders don't go through pre or after hours, memorable. You actually have to go in limit order, so that's probably why it didn't execute. Can't quite make out the news on this one. BBL. So one thing they're saying, okay, we're not listing on the London market anymore. That's one thing. And some kind of a merges petroleum unit with Woodside, and it ends London dual listing. So that's put some downward pressure on BBL. NNDM, haven't seen this one for a while. Actually is an earnings play. So, but it's fading. Ah, man, that would have been a nice short. This is starting to fade. Got a size almost 6, but it's fading now. Look at this. It's probably going to go negative. ALC, a more expensive one. This is an earnings play. ALC. Big gap up. Look at this, 12% earnings play, all-time high. VIPS is an earnings play. This is one I almost took as a short this morning, but I just didn't like. You know what I'm trying to hold out for are those that are making all-time lows, and there is one. I just have to find it again. There's another. Oh, okay, I'll get to this one. But VIPS has some support, maybe around that 12 mark. Okay, so, I mean, that's still far enough away. It's an earnings play, China stock. This is the one I'm kind of interested in, TUYA. This is an all-time low. This is one of those that are just making another, like an all-time low. So it got down, wow, it got down to 1335. That's a big pop-up. But let's see if this holds and breaks down through 14 again in a big way. Again, it's an all-time low, earnings play. Seeing a lot of these. Smaller companies release earnings and they make all-time lows. Zim. I'm just going to bring up Zim. Zim is an earnings play. I think it's out of my price range. Yeah, so guys, this is in this development build. This is not the way it's going to be. I just have to get used to. There we go. So Zim, yeah, a little outside the price range I like. It's an almost an all-time high. There's the all-time high right there is 49, so it's sitting at 48, and it's an earnings play. ZIM. Children's Place, PLCE. PLCE. Is an earnings play, and it is starting to drift down. Well, actually, and it's popping up. It's a $6 pop. So it's all over the place so far this morning. Can't quite get a handle on Grub. Grub. Trying to decipher this news. I mean, it looks like it had earnings yesterday before the market opened. I guess that was the reaction right there. Now it's starting to move, but coming into, yeah, I don't quite understand what happened here. I don't know if this is a dividend or a spin-off or what was happening here. But anyway, there's Grub. This is sort of an interesting one for me. This is a new listing. Interesting name, Hellbiz. This is making a new low. I mean, so this was the IPO here. I think this was a SPAC. I may be wrong. And this is who they acquired. At any rate, this is when it started trading. This was 2 days ago. Oh yeah, Oscar, OSCR. Okay, no volume. Okay. This was in the earnings, the option scan yesterday late. NVOS. Okay, here's another one. This is the one I was looking at, wanting to, literally forgot about it. I saw this big pop up here. Look at this short now, man. NVOS, some kind of a licensing agreement. That was the news, but you know, again, it's almost like who cares? I know there's a cheap one that's a lot of volume. I just don't typically look at these ones under $1, but in case you're following this one, AZRX, see if it's still holding. Yeah, I mean, a lot of volume. 60 million, 89. It's a big float though for, you know, a sub $1 stock. Well, there's a big difference. There's a big difference. No, I'm actually waiting on a 6 break. It doesn't mean I'm going to take PMCB on a 6 break, but that I'm not waiting for a big pullback. I'm waiting for maybe a 6 break. Again, I'm not telling you guys to do the same thing, but now the market is, again, we're going to have a weak open. Look at the market starting to drift down again. Yeah, I saw MUDs. I did see MUDs. I mean, it's an earnings play in that they are buying Tops. So Tops came out with their earnings, I guess. Not I guess, they did. Yeah, I mean, it's got room, I suppose. I mean, there's the next high looking left on a couple of days ago. I just didn't think, you know, it was only up 2%, so I wasn't that interested in it. But, hey, you never know. Now, let me just take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, man, we have hardly any of either. So let me get them in. BlackBerry's getting an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We got the downgrades in now. Hardly any of those either. All right, there you have it. Surprise, both lists are very, very light this morning. Mr. Real, yes. All right, guys. We're getting close here. I mean, this is just like a coil right now. There's the high in the pre-market is right up here. I mean, all that's happening, in my opinion, is that now I know somebody said the float is 2 point whatever billion. That's what FinViz says. Well, I mean, listen, anything is possible. It's hard to believe though with billions in the float, or 1.5 billion, whatever you said in the float, that a stock could move 72%. So somewhere in between is going to be that float number. But the only reason I'm, obviously interested in this one is that, I know, let's face it, the trader mentality is, okay, what could be the VRXP today? Now, PJ, be nice. I know it's Canaccord. Well, I mean, this PMCB, again, it's just teasing right now at that 6 level. Stick an alert up here, 617 or so. Again, guys, I'm not telling anybody to take this if it hits 615, okay? I'm just I want to know about it. I mean, it's one of those ones, again, when you look left, I mean, looking left, the next high looking left is 10. And then after that, I mean, I don't know where it's going, even if it takes out 6, but it's got the room. Now, I don't know if it trades options. No options? Okay, so it will not be in my option scanner. Tons of volume. I mean, it's almost traded the float 10 times, almost. I mean, this will trade the float. Remember what the other one did? I think it traded the float 80 times yesterday or more. And that was the VRXP. All right, one moment, please. All right, just keeping an eye on the PMCB. This may be, one of my rule breakers. I don't know for sure. Depending on what it does right off the bat. I typically do not take anything in the first 15 minutes. Just going to have to see how it trades. Yeah, I just don't believe there's a billion in the float in this one. It's almost impossible for something to move this. So I think we put that to rest. Whether it's 1.5 or a little bit more, but it's a low float. The bottom line, low float situation for PMCB. Yeah, regarding the VRXP, haven't seen one like that for a while. I mean, believe me, when I woke up this morning, I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't believe it. Well, they had some news yesterday, Layla. You'd have to look at it. I can't remember what the news was, but they had some news yesterday. So it's just continuation. Low float, traders piling in. Well, I said, yeah, if it took out 10, that it could, I think it could easily start moving for sure. I had no way would I have predicted it would get up to $40 this morning. No way. A very, very little piece, new, but enough that, going from 20 to 40, I traded it after hours. It was more like, for me, it was more like a trade after hours. almost wish I weren't on this development build. Just give me a moment here, please. Well, that's why. I'm sorry, I'm just being dyslexic here. Okay, dyslexic. Yeah, so I traded it. Again, if you were in the room, you heard me say, keep an eye on this one at the end of the day. If it closes near the high and it starts to do something after hours, you might want to take a peek at it. And that's exactly what I did. I mean, this one went from 15 to 22. I sold most here, and then I said, you know what, let's just keep a piece just in case. And the just in case worked out. Yeah, you have to go limit order. You can't go market order after hours, Mama Bo, okay? Actually, I'm interested. Okay, so Zach, you can locate shares. One of the reasons why, the other one, the VRXP, nobody seemed to have shares, no matter who your broker was, to short. So there was no downward selling pressure from people shorting it. Well, again, I don't know. I don't think well, from yesterday anyway, nobody, no, even Zach with his center point couldn't. There were no shorts available. Again, guys, do what you do, but. All right, guys, it's almost time for the open, so I'm just going to shut down one window, my pre-market scanner that I don't need anymore, and get set for this open. It's fascinating. Come on. All right, everybody. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody, and let's see what happens today. All right, market's going to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. We are now open, guys. All right, guys. Well, there it goes. Again, guys, how you trade this is going to be up to you, okay? I mean, this PMCB. Well, what do you... Again, sometimes rules are made to be broken, so... We need to see if it gets halted. Tilray's on the move also still. Tilray is on the move with that MedMen, cute name I guess, MedMen acquisition. I just don't like the cannabis plays at all, but there it is. All right, Alfie on the way down here, ALF. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I've been obviously concentrating on the PMCB as it's whipping up and down. RNLX on the way down, I believe. Is it an earnings play? It's not an earnings play. RNLX on the way down. Yeah, B-Way holding, well, trying to hold 9 anyway. This got up to 1043 in the pre-market. A lot of volume coming in. Yeah, Lowe's is an earnings play. You're right. I looked at it. It's way outside the price range, but that I like. Look at the volume for PMCB, guys. So we have now traded the float 17 times already. All right, quick look to see what the market's doing. So Dow's down, SPY's down, NAS is down a little. So we'll see what happens once we get really into this. No big red candle yet. Wow, grub on the move, guys. Grub on the move. It said, I could not really decipher this news, so seemed to have earnings yesterday, pre-market. TUIA continues down, all-time low. Every time it goes lower, it's an all-time low. TUIA, earnings play. But of course, all the focus for me right now is on the PMCB. This view yesterday had a bad day, trying to come back a little bit. VIEW view. The high yesterday was 486, so it's getting close to that. Let's see if that stalls it. And it just rebounds and bounces back. Well, my broker didn't have shorts. I mean, did not have shorts for PMCB. So that was not an issue for me. I'm assuming you guys are shorting this. Is that I am? All right. Or not. I don't know what you're doing. This is halted, guys. Yeah, this is wow. This is halted. PMCB. PMCB just got halted. And we were in for, well, I don't know. It says 750 right now, so it got halted at 729. So I don't understand the question, Sisha. Can you tell where do I see the stocks which are displayed are buy or sell? These are just ideas. Okay, okay, if that makes sense. These are just ideas. This is not, okay, you get an alert here, therefore you buy it on the way up. This is something that's on the way up. This is something on the way down. Does it mean you short it? These are just ideas that have been generated by the program, okay? So it's not, okay. Wow, I mean, if this holds, guys, if this holds, I'm talking about the bid ask right now for PMCB, 775, 775. 5 minutes. Traditional halt is 5 minutes. So actually, in VRPX got halted also on the way up. So again, I mean, this PMCB, if you look left, the daily chart, again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there's the next high looking left. I mean, that's what made it so attractive, at $10. You know, it had cleared all this. All right, just going to wait for this thing to open. See how this bid-ask is sort of fluctuating. This is what I'm talking about. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This has nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's the halt at 729. You'll see the bid-ask. It'll fluctuate until it opens. You know, obviously, if you're in this one, you want that bid-ask to be above the halt price. It doesn't mean that that is 100% sure that it's going to open there, but better than seeing like 5, okay? Well, did have some news, yes. FDA clearance. FDA clearance, that is their news, B-Way. Now look at Fubo, guys. I have this one thumbnail. Fubo on the way down, F-U-B-O. It's pretty bad then, John, if they haven't adjusted that. I mean, we're August now. It's a month ago, so it's pretty bad they haven't adjusted that. On E-Trade, I have no idea, Mamable. No idea. I use Interactive Brokers, so I've never had E-Trade, so I don't know. All right, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:43 plus 35 seconds. And so in 35 seconds or so, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. So far it's still 765. Projected open. All right, let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. It just opened. Wow, look at this. So 770. Now guys, again, how you trade this is up to you. Don't ask me, oh, should I take some off? What should I do? You know, with that float, the only thing I'm going to have to say is don't wander away from your computer, and we are looking to take out 8. Yes! Oh man. There we got back-to-backers, guys. The VRXP yesterday and now this one today. Even now, VRPX also still alive. Look at this one. I mean, this is still alive. I mean, the high in the pre-market, 39.17 or so. Actually, yeah, it looks like around 39.17 or so. So, I mean, guys, we're going to have pullbacks. We're going to have all sorts of action on this PMCB. Remember yesterday with the VRPX. Just to jog your memory, take a look at the 15-minute chart for VRPX yesterday. So remember this. So this was at the very beginning of the day. 1, 2, 3, 45 minutes straight up. And then it looked like, okay, I guess that's over. And then it ramped up again. It kind of based a little bit of a pullback here, and then boom again. But this was a pretty big pullback. It was up to $10, and it got down to 780. Okay, so I mean the same thing can happen with the PMCB at certain times during the day. Anyway, hard to concentrate on really anything else for me right now. But TUIA making new low after new low after new low. Earnings play, TUIA. And it's an all-time low. Just a minute, please, guys. All right, guys, I'm just troubleshooting for... just a minute, guys. Just a minute. Just troubleshooting for our development, guys. All right, guys, so PMCB holding 8, not too badly. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, with the float, it's hard. Wow, there's no pullback yet. You know, I mean, this is just ramped up. I mean, but it's choppy. Now, there's a big topping tail there. I mean, almost got to 9. So even here, the PMCB, now it showed up here, you know, it looks like it's really late. First of all, I have a 15-minute delay in this scan, number one. And it didn't hit a new high because it, you know, popped up earlier before that 15 minutes up to that 53 mark. So now let's just see though if it can recover. Nothing in the option scan yet. Not a lot of activity. Well, obviously the one stock, tons of activity, but not a lot of other activity from my scans. Okay, well, Muzz has been pretty darn choppy, but I know Real was talking about fib levels, going long on this one. So this is not exactly an earnings play. I guess in theory it is. They're buying tops, and tops came up with earnings. So the next high looking left is 1075. I mean, that may stall it right around this area, guys. Might stop it. Oh, another one of these NREF. Look at this one. What a gap down. Maybe some support around 1950. So that's about $1 away. You look at that daily chart. AZRX, is this over $1? Not over $1 yet. Did have some news, I think. And the VRPX just resumed, probably on the way down this time. So, best hopes for this one is that people finally, you know, really flee this one and pile into PMCB. Let's see, we have another one. MDJH just got halted on the way up. What's the volume like? Yeah, China stock. Don't know anything about this one. JH, sorry. Well, it could, well, topping tails, I mean, it could be that the top is in, you know, I mean, not 100% accurate, but so if you look at PMCB as an example, for a while, it doesn't mean for, you know, for the rest of time. Yeah, there's that. So you look at this, I mean, at one point, remember, the buyers, the price was right up here at 887. If you start getting a series of them, like 2 or 3 of them in a row, you know, where you have these topping tails where the buyers are moving it higher, but then the sellers take over and close it here, and then the buyers try again, you know, another topping tail, and then the sellers take over and close it here. Eventually, the buyers may give up for a while. You know, they just say, okay, you guys got control for a while. You know, we're not going to keep trying to bid it up. You guys keep knocking it down. You've got control for a while. Same thing with the topping tails. Right now, this is hard to know because you've got topping tails here too, or bottoming tails also. So at this point, you know, direction unknown really. Because again, the sellers knocked it down here, but the buyers closed it here. You know, this 5-minute chart still has, no, it just should just close now or just open now. So right now there's a bit of uncertainty of direction. But certainly when you see a series, say, of topping tails, especially on a 15-minute chart, but even on a 5, but you get 2 or 3 in a row. I mean, again, think about what that means. You know, buyers had the price all the way up here, sellers knocked it down. Remember, it's always this conflict between buyers and sellers. Wow, this MDJH, I mean, I do remember this one now. Had some crazy days. MDJH, so it just came up and it just got halted again. It resumed and then it got, yeah, it resumed and then it just almost immediately got halted. I'm sorry. 953 came up and now 956 it got halted. So again, why can these things happen? Look at the float, 1.4 million in the float, very, very insanely low. You know, that's why something can move 32% because of that float. No, I typically would never take a stock as it's consolidating. I want to see the break one way or the other. So I mean, now this just got halted on the way down. So again, guys, hopefully you've traded this one, okay? Now, we'll see if this is going to be like yesterday with the VRXP. Meanwhile, this is one that I would have loved, but I could not concentrate on it. But the TUIA earnings play, get another one, position in lifetime low. Look at that, range. Just a disaster. I mean, these IPOs this year have been a disaster. All right, Broadway on the move here, guys. Broadway on, or Brainsway, I guess. BWAY on the move. Right now, it is a 701, 701 bid ask. So it looks like this is going to keep gapping down. Let's see if this 660 area holds it. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do what VRXP did yesterday, in terms of that pullback and then a bounce from there, but all you can do is wait. Just wait to see how the pattern develops. Yeah. So listen, I know I wanted to say that somebody is going to say, yeah, but what about this IPO? It wasn't a disaster. I'm just saying the general IPO market this year has been a disaster. Of course, there are individual ones, and as you pointed out, Robinhood. At one point, I don't know what it's doing now. I mean, some might say, $86 and now down at 48. Sure, if you got down here, but I'm not saying this is a disaster, but certainly not even close to holding its gains. Yeah, do what real does. I mean, Why get into a consolidating stock when you don't really know the direction? Yes, I know what you're saying. I mean, if the trend is up and it's consolidating, one might think that it's going to continue up if it breaks out. But the simplest thing to do is just put a price alert. You know, above the consolidation and below the consolidation. You get the alert, you check it out, but always, as I always do, if it broke out but there was no volume, I probably wouldn't take the trade. All right, guys, we are now in halt mode, halt resume mode. Yesterday, I think we only had about 2 stocks. We've got a series of them today. SGOC just got halted. Another one of those, well, it's not a low float. That's right, this is not a low float. And this MDJH continues here. Oh, good grief. And it just got halted again. And this has a projected, I mean, it's early, 875 MDJH. See if there's any news on this. I mean, there was news this morning. Establishes a new venture company for asset management business to implement global expansion strategy. So there was your news for MDJH this morning. But that was pre-market. Really didn't do anything. And PMCB just opened again. Yeah, the VWAP 703, so kind of held. You know, got down to 686, kind of held. It's over it now though. Big area for PMCB you can take out here if it wants to. I don't use VWAP. No, I don't use VWAP on the chart at all. All right, guys. As I said, important level for that to hold. It seems to want to have held it anyway. Again, guys, this is just trader mentality, all right? All traders are looking at is what happened yesterday with that VRXP, and wondering, I mean, listen, it's already up 117%, so it's already done an amazing thing, but the other one was up, I don't know, 300-400% at some point. And that's all they're looking at. And they're looking left. They're saying, well, okay, the high over here is 10. Yeah, this one, I mean, I don't see. I mean, this is traded 219,000. It's not really trading that much. I mean, I know it's 23 times normal, that low float, but I mean, compare. I mean, this is why these things can just sink. There's not that much volume. And halted again. This time on the way down, MDJH halted on the way down. There are no shorts available. This is just going to sink, in my opinion. Anyway, there's no shorts available for me for the MDJH. I'm not looking, well, no, I'm just looking at the bid ask right now, the stacking up of it. I mean, it changed. You know, when I looked at it, it was 475, 475. So, but, you know, here it is. It's halted at 657. Here is the potential bid ask. Again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers. This has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Your broker, if you don't have Interactive Brokers, your broker should have something very similar. Okay, this is just showing me what the potential when it opens is, but it, you know, it pops around. It doesn't, and there's no guarantee that that's where it's going to open, but you can get a gauge. Remember what I was saying with the PMCB, you know, it was halted at, say, 7, and we were looking at 750, 750. You know, so if you're in it, you want to see a number above where it was halted. You know, obviously, if you're in this one, this is not what you want to see. You know, something that potentially is going to open $1 lower. But it fluctuates, you know, until it actually opens, you don't know. And no, it isn't open yet. All right, yeah, SGOC resumed. Well, guys, I mean, this, yeah, it almost took out 8. Well, it did take out 8, PMCB. Now, can it take out the actual high? wish I'm going to get that error message. No, not yet. Okay, so there's the high way up here at 895. I don't know, Zach. I don't know if you were going to get that 7 that you were looking for. You know, I mean, listen, if this takes out 10, well, this is what I said yesterday about the other one, the VRXP, this will be a little more dramatic, but if somehow this takes out this high right there, which is 10, who knows? So I'm going to stick another alert in case I lose sight of it later on in the day. I'm going to stick an alert at 10:04 for this one and see if it takes it out later on. Okay, so this opens, so you see what happened. So gap down, MDJH. Meanwhile, TUYA keeps making a new low after a new lifetime low on earnings. So you had shorts obviously you had shorts for PMCB, okay? And another halt now for SGOC, another halt on the way up still. Pretty erratic right here in the twos, but another halt. This one does this every now and then. Remember last month it got up to 20, what did it get up to? 29, 26 last month, if you can believe it. I'll be kicking myself for not taking that TUIA short in the pre-market, but had to. I mean, the PMCB was just, you got to focus so much on something with that low of a float. My trades, do you have trade ideas? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why you would use, if you have, maybe you don't have trade ideas, I don't know. Because if, certainly trade ideas can find all the pre-market movers and filter way, way better, in my opinion, than FinViz. Oh, I see, okay. All right, guys, RNLX, where could you keep going down to? So there is, wow, 1466, the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Not saying it's going to get there. On the weekly chart, it is 1532. I mean, this is just another disaster. Not an all-time low, but all right, guys. Well, those of you who took the brains way, there's the high in the pre-market, 1042. A little concerned about that pullback, but that didn't seem to, well, moving now. 7.4 million in the float. It held the 200-day. Look at that. Got right down to that 200-day moving average. Almost to the penny. I know it's an area, but look at that. I mean, 852, and it held right there. And then it bounced off the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean, the news, I mean, I don't know enough about what they're trying to do. I mean, I read the news on it. Games on FDA expanded use approval for its stimulation device. So here is the news. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people with this nowadays, but anxious depression. So it's interesting. I like this. An analysis of the BrainsWay data found favorable outcomes with deep TMS compared to sham or medication as a standard of care. And SGOC resumed again. Boy, we're having this is halts resumes day, guys. We had hardly any yesterday. I think we only had a couple yesterday in the halts resumes. Now, granted, it's not a lot of different stocks. We're just getting the same stocks over and over again. Speaking of options, nothing from the option scanner yet. All right, well, you know what? PMCB's basing pretty nicely now. Just basing pretty nicely over 8. You know, key for it to keep 8 over 8, in my opinion. Oh, there's no question. SGOC, I don't even see any news on it. Not that it needs news, you know, but I don't see any news on this one whatsoever. If you're using my option plays magic, you'll get a lot of hits. I'm only talking about this one, okay? I'm only interested in this one. Unusually strong options volume, this one. But if you're using the one called option plays magic, yeah, you're probably getting a lot. But I don't want a lot. Really? Okay, then you don't have the same filters I have then. Are these stocks that are triggering, are they below the open? Are they negative and they're moving higher? Because I put that filter in a while back, that the stock has to be above the open. Also, I have maybe the price range. Maybe my price range is only up to a dollar, $25 maybe? Yeah, $25. Oh, wow, that's the reason. And there's nothing wrong. Yes, so in fact it is 10:21. So before I do that, sharing my scans and my layout, just give me a moment here. Wow, so first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I'm live on the mic. So what I do at the beginning is I do put my homepage link in. And my homepage link is always available here. If you're in the main trading room, you see my tab right there, Barry's homepage. It's always available there. I did put the link here. But if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. First, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Click on Get Trade Ideas and you apply that promo code. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. All right, so premium is $22.68 a year on an annual basis. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. You do not have to take out an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So please listen carefully. First month only if you go month to month. After that, this is what you'll pay going forward. I say that because we get so many people saying, hey, how come I'm paying full rate after that first month? And that's the reason. So on my home page, 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be today. And also all the education that we have here. I'll just click here. So we have the 20 lessons. This is just a primer, telling you what a top list is, how to build one, alert windows, creating one, back testing, the introduction to the AI, Holly, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so all the basic features are explained there. Daily support sessions, you will hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. So I also monitor a YouTube room. It's essentially the same. Just that this, that I call the main trading room, is a lot more active with traders. But I do take a break at noon. At noon, one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. Today it'll be Chris Varley. He's, you can, if you have Brokerage Plus questions, because I gloss over Brokerage Plus kind of on purpose. Yesterday, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we've got a couple of experts. So, save up your questions. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the link into YouTube. Daily webinars. We'll be back to a normal schedule next week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos. You click on Watch Videos, and here's a getting started, with trade ideas from scratch. And more videos. Odds Maker, the AI. So there's more videos are here. Back to basics. This is a great series, guys. If you're new to trading, back to basics. What is a stock? Can't get more basic than that. So Michael Noss put this together. So 36 short videos. I really encourage you if you've never traded before or you're just brand new to trading. And we have some ebooks. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. So save my link. Then you can take a look at all that when you want to. And now I'll get to my scan section. So obviously you have to be a subscriber. Here is a sample layout. It's not exactly the same layout that you see on the screen, but it's very close, okay? And all the individual scans that I've created. You know, you may not want my layout, but you may want to take a look at some of these individual scans, and you can take a look at them. Again, this is, you know, it's not going to be very active, I think, for next maybe 2 to 3 weeks, even a month. You know, this is super active during earnings season, moving higher with unusually strong options, but it's still my favorite scan. If I only had to have one scan, this would be it. All right, so there's all sorts of information on my homepage. Just save the link. First day, okay, welcome back, or welcome, and come back tomorrow. It's like this Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. All right, now, boy, BBL is ringing in my ear. BBL on the way down. Also, this is a big, starting to really drop here. The next, you look left, I mean, the next low is around 58.85. They had some news this morning. Something about a merger and also getting off the London Exchange. Mergers petroleum unit with Woodside. So anyway, obviously the market's not reacting well. All right, now just briefly about trade ideas, okay? So what we are is a scanner. If you're into this room for the first time and you're wondering what you're seeing, we scan the US stock market. That's what we do. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. So this is an example of a scanner. Now guys, if you have been in the room, say last week, you would have seen both these windows were full. So this just gives you an idea. We're not in earnings season anymore. And so we're not going to get as much activity. It's that simple. Which is not necessarily the worst things. You know, sometimes that allows you to concentrate on just fewer stocks. But this is an example of a scanner. I call it basic new highs and lows. Let's take a look at what it's trying to do. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 6. That means it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, minimum up 5% up from the open or the close. I'm sorry, up or down from the open. Okay, so if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. So the great thing about trade ideas, in my opinion, is that you do not have to learn a programming language. You right-click on an alert window, configure, and search. Here are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down, when these icons appear, these are the filters. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But if you're just starting out, you don't have to know how to build a scan at all. Number one, you can take mine. You know, that's why I'm sharing all my scans, sharing my layout. Okay, so you don't have to know how to build anything at the beginning. Number two, if you click on new, and then this docked channel bar. If you don't have docked channel bar as an option, when you click on new, please download the latest beta from our website, okay? One of the big reasons for it is that you can now, these are themed channels that we have, and they have all sorts of different scans. Wow, look at PMCB, guys, now. Oh. And it just got halted. Wow. All right, excuse me. So these are all themed channels, and within each one of these channels, there are layouts or scans. So I'm going to click on the momentum channel. Now again, if you're not using the beta and you just click on new, new in channel bar, the old way, you couldn't do this. Well, you could do this, but then your layout that you have up and running would be replaced. Okay, so that's why you should use the latest beta, because now, if you want to, you can go and click on the channels all day long. Again, these are all themed channels. So for instance, now, look at Momo. This is an alert window. It's called Momo. So if you liked this, if you thought, I wonder what that's all about, you take a look. There's an alert task, okay? You right click, configure. Again, you didn't have to know how it was put together, but you can take a look to see what it's looking for. If you don't want to change it, you might want to change your price range, maybe. The price is between 1 and 50. If you said, you know what, I'd rather have between 10 and 50. So you make the change. If I say okay, there it is, it changed it. Now, a word about changing something in the channel. If you left this channel, Momo channel, you went to another one, earnings. I'll go to earnings right now. Won't be too many. I guess there are a few, but anyway, this is the earnings. Okay, so if I go back to the Momo channel, and I click on this again, come on. Now you might say, hey, wait a minute, we changed the price to 10. How come it's back to 1? So the reason being is that the channels are for everybody, all right? So the fact that you want to make a change doesn't mean that everybody wants the same change. So that's why you cannot make a change in the channel. I mean, if you stay on the channel, of course, the change will be there. But typically, I think what a lot of people will do is they'll go into our channels and they'll start extracting individual windows that they might like. So, I mean, you don't have to make any changes. So if you like this window, if you thought, you know what, this scan, maybe I'd like to have that part of my layout. So all I have to do is just right click and duplicate into free floating window. So that popped up on my other monitor. So here it is. And now you just right click and save or share to cloud and save it. Okay, now it's in the cloud. So the exercise I'm going through to show you is that you don't have to know how to make anything, create any scan whatsoever. You can A, take a look at all the scans that I've got. B, you can go into the channels, extract windows, scans that you might like, save them to the cloud. And then, all you have to do, if you've saved them to the cloud, you just file load from cloud. I'm going to search for Momo. I didn't save it, but I've done it a few times before. Here it is. Just highlight it. So imagine if you'd saved a bunch of windows that you took from the different channels. Okay, they'd all appear here, and you just click, highlight it, load it. It's on my other monitor, and there it is. So again, here's the concept. Again, you can take individual scans from the channels that you might like, and then you can build a layout based on all those. If you had a series of scans that you took out on your screen, then all you have to do is file, save or share to cloud, entire, give it a name, and save it. Okay, so again, you don't have to know how to create anything. I think we've created enough different types of channels, different themes that will appeal to the most of our subscribers, and then you have my layouts and scans. All right, guys, PMCB, my goodness. Now, how you traded this is up to you. I mean, I'm not saying you had to. I mean, some are resolute, take it at the beginning and are holding through all these, then that means you really don't have a stop unless your stop is insanely wide. But guys, if this takes out 10, I don't know what the heck is going to happen. Listen, it may do it. It may do it. I like in a minute, 30 seconds. I don't know. Meanwhile, I haven't looked at my scanner or my alerts I'm getting from here at all. 998, that's not bad. There was the alert right there from my watch list. Wow, popped up to 1089. I haven't had a chance to look at any of this yet. Nothing from the option scanner. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. Not having a, well, one is okay today, but this is the AI. This is what it looks like. You have an entry time, you have an entry price, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. You don't have to get in right at the time. You know, you can watch. I never do when I'm trading it, if I trade it. You know, I'm always going to click on the alert. I want to see how it's trading. I want to see where there's some resistance, some support, etc. And then I can make up my mind. I think people get way too hung up on trying to auto trade this. Okay, so it's my opinion. I think there's, you know, you don't get so many alerts that you can't just click on the alert and make a determination on whether or not you want to trade it or not. Okay, now how I would watch it is I would click on, from our toolbar, I would click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? And again, when you do that, this is the window that, never mind these two, this is just, I've attached these two, the earnings, but this is what you'll see, okay? And then all you have to do is use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes an alert will trigger too early, but it comes back to the same setup and you can always get back in if you didn't take it the first time. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. You see the first alert was at 9:38, okay? And so if you took this window and then incorporated it as part of your layout, when you load trade ideas tomorrow before the market opens, it'll be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Don't concern yourself with what the differences are between Holly Neal, Grail, and 2.0. All right, now I'm going to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Again, save up all your more advanced Brokerage Plus questions. Chris will be in the room at about an hour and a half from now in our YouTube room. Okay, so I just popped a link into two videos. The first video, the short video, shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll connect. And the second video goes into way more detail about all the features that you can use, okay? And that's, I say, I don't go into it. The video is about 26 minutes long. It covers virtually all aspects of using this window called Brokerage Plus. You can only use it if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. But please also listen really closely. If you don't have an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? I think people get confused, thinking they have to use this in order to use Trade Ideas. It's all it is. It's a feature. It's an option. It's there if you want to use it. Okay? Now, the other main reason, though, for me anyway, is using this as a simulator. If you're new to trading, practice trading. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Can't emphasize enough, to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. And it's really simple to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. And you click that big buy button if you're going to go long. Most of you are new to trading, probably won't short. But if you're going to short, you click the big sell button. Let's just take a trade, show you how easy it is to do. Well, even my watch list has produced, obviously, even though this looked like would have been a very late alert. PMCB 853 got up to 981. Brain waves or Brains Way, whatever it's called, Brains Way. The alert was at 936. Got up to 1020. Cano, CANO, 998. Got up to 1084. And what is Nanodime doing? Or Nano Dimension, 563. So it's on the move too. So pretty strong producers from my watch list. Again, this is available from my layout. And here she is. Even on the downside, let's take a look at the downside. TUIA, 1298, 1191. Now this one, obviously was mixed. And NDM initially went down below here, 526. It got down to 523. So I mean, obviously this was more of a long play. So if all you did was look at my watch list all day long, and that's what it's designed to do, it doesn't mean that when you get the alert, you just take the trade. But it gets, especially for those of you who are new, gets you to focus on just a finite number of stocks. I don't know, Don. I don't know why they don't have R3. You can request it, but I have no idea. I don't, I've never used them, so that's why, I shouldn't say that's why I don't care. That's not what I mean, but I don't know. I don't know why they don't have R3 or R4 or no idea. To be honest, I didn't even know that they didn't. That's why I'm saying because I've never used pivot points. I didn't know that R3, or I guess obviously S3 is not there either. But if you want, you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com. There's probably a custom formula way in which you could create it. Be a little convoluted, but it's possible probably. But you can also go to info@trade-ideas.com and request it. But I'm pretty sure you can do it as a custom formula, but it's always, I haven't changed it in months, Thomas. It is called Best WL. I haven't changed it in months. I know I used to change it every week, but I haven't changed it in months. So let's just take this trade, okay? I'm just going to take the trade to show you how you do it. I'm going to take NNDM. What's that next high looking left? Would I do it normally? Probably not, because might be some resistance right there. But I just want to show you how you can do it. And why I'm doing this is I have to so there's 580. Now what I could do, show you how this works also, I could put a conditional buy order at say 584, okay? Click the buy button. So if it got up to 584, if I thought that was a good area, take out that high right there, and I thought I wanted to take it there, that's how I would do it. Okay, so if it gets up to 584, it'll take the trade. Now at this point, if I'm wanting to change my mind, maybe I don't like whatever's happening, I don't like it, I can always go into the orders and right click on it. Right click and cancel. Okay? I don't know why I had that SESN. Okay, so that's how that works. Now, if I want to take the trade right now, I could also do it on a pullback. If I thought, you know what, I'd rather take it if it pulled back to a certain level. I could have put those two prices in here, and then you would have seen a blue line on the chart underneath the price. All right, let's take Broadway. Okay, I'll just take Broadway right now. Again, would I do it? I don't know. I mean, there's a pretty big spike up here. I just want to show you now because we're going to get into the concept of a stop. This is pretty whippy, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to take 500 shares. Okay, why can't I? I wonder if something's gone wrong here. Oop, okay, there it goes. Okay. Well, notice what happened, guys. See, it ended up taking that NNDM. See, it got up to that 584, so it took the trade. Something's gone wrong here. Let me just do a little reset, see if that'll help. Yeah, shares are supposed to show up. Let me, I don't know if there's a little bug in the development version I'm using. Well, I would have been stopped out. I'm just looking at Broadway right now, but that's not the point. Let me pick another one. Just give me a moment here, guys. I want to make sure this is not some kind of a bug. Again, I'm on a development version, so just give me a moment here. Just trying to grab an edge here. There we go. There we go. Okay. By the way, these are hotkeys. So if I wanted to get out of my trade here, I would just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, click half. If I want to double my position, I click on double. Man, that was a big drop for Broadway or Brains wave. That was a big, big drop. This shortable? Not shortable for me. DOCN. Okay, let's take a look at DOCN. Digital Ocean. We have another halt. Of course, now the PMCB on the way down, guys. So this could be, this is maybe a little troubling if you're still in this one. You want to hope, I think, that this 7 level holds. You know, but I mean, look, you have to expect profit taking. So this will be the same thing for me, though. Later on, if this takes out 10, look out. It may not. It may not do it. I'm not saying it's going to be just like the VRXP yesterday, but if it later on, if it takes out 10, yeah, right now there are some. So what do you mean by that exactly? No, you have to hit enter. Oh, and hit enter to select it. Yeah, I've actually asked for that a long time ago. They didn't listen to me. I know, it'd be nice if we just switch instead of hitting enter. You know what? info@trade-ideas.com. Maybe they'll listen to a customer. It's actually been so long since I've actually used that feature. I forgot about it. info@trade-ideas.com. I just put the email address, okay? And feature request. I agree. Well, let me see. I haven't had that issue, but so I'm in the chart, control key. Okay. Now, are you sure it's a stock that has a lot of history? I haven't had that issue. There's no better way. Not for zooming. I don't know. Maybe it's your system or something. I don't know. I don't know how to, because that is not my. It's not been my experience ever. And I'm just doing a few right here. Let's try another one. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any lag whatsoever. All right, guys. You know what? I'm in this trade here. So what I wanted to demonstrate before is taking a trade and then placing a stop. What I'm going to do is even though when you get into a trade, in my opinion anyway, you have to have a stop. The stop is the price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Not every trade's going to work. So I took 500 shares. I'm going to put my stop, my entry was 585. I'm going to put I'm going to add my stop. I would have known before. It's going to be at 565. I'm just trying to make the math easy. You know, that's a 20-cent stop. Okay, there it is, 565. Entry was 585. That's a 20-cent stop. Now, is that where I would have placed my stop? Probably not. Well, let's just take a look. Would that have been an interesting area? Probably not. I probably would have placed it around 570 if I got into the trade. But I'm trying to make the math easy, and I'll explain what I'm talking about. So, if you agree with the concept, and I really believe you should agree with the concept of placing a stop, getting out of a trade if it's not going to work for you. Okay, not every trade is going to work. So in order to practice, and this, so you might be thinking to yourself, okay, well, that sounds interesting, but where am I going to place my stop? So how I do it is I usually size up a chart. I look to see where I think there's some support on the chart, a lot of action, maybe a consolidation area. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. That's typically how I do it. So the only way you're going to get used to, now that's not the only way you can place a stop. You can look at moving averages and things like that, okay? However you get comfortable about placing your stop. So once you get that concept and you agree with it, that you should have a stop, then that will share size you, because the next idea is that, okay, if you're going to take a trade, you really should have an idea about, okay, if it doesn't work, how much am I really willing to lose on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, I don't think you should be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, in the simulator, I said, okay, I will risk $100 every trade. So notice when I put my stop in, it says minus 97.50. It's close to 100. How did that happen? Well, I took 500 shares. Why did I take 500 shares? Because if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, here's my entry, 585. Here's my stop, 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Okay, so again, I don't think you should go into trading thinking you're going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion, it should be based on how much you're willing to lose, risk on the trade, and then you divide the difference between your entry and your stop. You divide that into that amount. It could be $50, it could be $100, it could be $200. It'll be dependent on your account size. Okay? And then, of course, the other key thing is to obey your stop. It's really hard sometimes, to obey your stop. You get all excited about a trade, especially if, you're new to trading. You're in this trading room and you hear great things about the, company had a great press release. Everybody's excited about it. Had earnings or something, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work, okay? And you can't believe it's not working. So instead of obeying your stop, you start reducing your stop. You start saying to yourself, well, it's a lot of self-doubt comes in. Maybe I didn't quite get where I should have placed my stop, because I really think this is a great looking trade and it should work. So you see where I'm going with this. You just keep reducing your stop, down, 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 down. You're not obeying any stop until finally maybe you're down $500 and you sell, you give up. So, and you kick yourself. So, it's very key. Money management is so key if you want to stick around doing this. You're going to have to sort of check your ego and have the discipline to, get out when it's not working. You can always get back in. The setup at the beginning when you got in, it may come back. That same setup could come back. And so maybe, look at it this way. I was just maybe a little early. Now, I use mental stops. I'm only showing you here how you can do it on a chart, especially if for people lacking the discipline. Okay, this is in the simulator, okay? But if you had an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you could use our charts to do this. If you don't have E-Trade or IB, your broker will have a very similar way of doing it. But I don't use trailing stops. I'm not in so many trades at the same time that I can't manage them. Usually I'm in no more than 2 trades at a time. So I like to manage my exits. If I'm not a trader that's in 10, 15 stocks at the same time. I'm really demonstrating this as an example, though, of if people who are lacking the discipline, to get out of a trade, this takes all the emotion out. You just let it happen, you're out of the trade. Okay. Let's see what else is happening. Boy, that B-way just took an absolute header. It's funny because I was going to demonstrate taking that one long in the simulator. Did it rip? Yeah, it's not that. I mean, yeah, this is a classic. I mean, look, a lot of these things are pumps and dumps, okay? Even the bios that come out with a little fluffy press release, but you can sort of say to yourself, well, okay, at least they had some semblance of news. Again, whether you think the news warrants, something going up 100, 200, 300%, of course it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Traders are piling in. This one, I don't see any news on it other than every now and then, some trading room might get a hold of it and start pumping the heck out of it. And then, it starts showing up on our scans also. And all traders are looking at is, wow, remember that day when it got up to almost 30? This is back about a little over a month ago. Yeah, it's just not shortable for me. So you'll notice I've got these three columns here: the today's profit, max P&L, and distance from exit price. I would encourage you to have these three. Okay, today's profit, and there's a slight sync off here. I think if you're actually attached to your IB account, real account, I believe these numbers will always be the same when you're not out of the trade. But today's P&L, I mean, obviously. What the max P&L is saying, okay, if I got out of the trade at the absolute top, what would I have made? Okay, so that's why this should be right now, because it's right at the top. That's why this max P&L should be the same as this. But anyway, if I got out of this trade right now, so right now, okay, so the max P&L I could have made if I got out at the very top was $30. If I get out right now, it's 22. I'm just showing you what these numbers are. Now, the idea here, though, is that if this max P&L got up to, say, $300-400, in other words, that would have been the maximum I could have made when I was still in the trade, getting right at the very top. And then I allowed the actual P&L to drift down, so when I got out of the trade, maybe I only made $100. Obviously, that wasn't good management skills, right, of managing the trade. You don't want to see something you're up $400 to turn into something you're only up $100, or even worse, into a loss. So that's why it's a good idea to have these two columns, plus now the distance from the exit price column. Because when I get out of a trade, this will tell me, okay, what has it done since I got out? So if you went long something, you'd like to see a big negative number here. That would mean that the price is way underneath where I got out, which is exactly what you want. Yeah, Jaime, you can ask questions here, okay? Just ask the questions right there. It's a lot easier for me to do this real time rather than you're sending me an email, I don't mind trying to answer, and then you're sending one back and forth. Way easier for me to try to do it here, okay? It is. It is following a very similar pattern to the PMCB. No, no guarantee it's going to rip. but no, I don't use Brokerage Plus for my trades. The reason I don't is that I'm not going to, you know, based on what I'm doing. I mean, if you're going to trade, you have to have full concentration. So I'm not going to toggle back and forth between the simulator and my live account. Okay, there's no way I'm going to do that. So I just trade from within IB. I mean, listen, I'll be 100% honest. Even if I weren't, I mean, I don't trade that much. It's, you know, what I use is probably, but it's not. I don't. I mean, to me, it's not a. It's a nice feature, but you know, would I use it? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I'm so used to trading from within IB. I mean, does it look nicer? Yes. Oh, yikes. I noticed, I didn't even notice that SGOC showed up on the option scanner. Didn't even notice that. So, I mean, I guess I mean, 743, and it got up to 775. But, you know, I would be, if you took this one from the option scanner, I would be trading the heck out of it. It's just way too wild. I think you're kidding, right, William? Maybe Jaime can't hear me. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. No, like I say, I don't use Brokerage Plus. Okay, so was that you answering that question yesterday, Jaime? I think Chris was trying to help you. The 30, 60, 120 minute ranges. Because there was a question very similar to that I saw a big discussion, and I know Chris. I think Chris was trying to help you. I think he's had to pass that on to Brad. I can't answer that any further than Chris did. Okay, so MB, have you taken a look first of all at our 20 lessons? Because one of the things is saving thing like working with the cloud. But let me just show you quickly. Now, when you say a scanner, okay, so you're talking, say, one of my scans that I've got. Well, guys, I don't know what to say. So this now, I mean, this is really popping now, 743. So this actually turned out to be pretty decent from the option scanner. But, you know, just be really, really careful on it. It's funny because it's not a low float. I don't know if that float is correct. I honestly don't. Hard for me to believe something's going up 86% with 47 million in the float, but it's done it before. Okay, so MB. Maybe, Jaime, can you hear me? Okay, so MB, let me show you how you can do this, okay? So first of all, from my home page, I'll pop the link in. This is, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room wanting to know how I can take one of my scans. Okay, so click on my homepage link, okay? When you do that, you'll be brought to this page here. Now click on the scan section. Okay, so let's just say you wanted my moving higher with unusually strong options. So you click on the link. Okay, Jaime, so yeah, okay. If it was the friend who was asking, I can't add anything more. I think that's been passed on to Brad. I can't help you. So you weren't with Chris, so it was somebody else then. I know somebody was asking and it sounded very similar. 30, 60, and 120 minute ranges with the pre-market and the discrepancies. So I can't help you. I mean, it was asked by somebody else then, very coincidentally. And I think we're just waiting for an answer back from one of the developers. Anyway, I'm sorry, MB, so I'm just going to keep going here. MB, click on a link. Shows up in a tab here. So you highlight the link, highlight it, copy it, Control C to copy it. And then File, Load from Cloud. And the link should appear here. You'll notice that same string ends in AB1, ends in AB1 right here. So I just load it. Okay, and now it is somewhere. Here it is on my other monitor. Okay, so here it is. So now you've got it on your screen. Now if you want, you can modify it. Right click, configure. So if you wanted a different price range, you just click on the icon. You'll see the values I'm using. You can scroll down. So if you wanted to change it to 1 in 50, you say OK, and notice there it is, 1 in 50. You say OK again. Now you just save it. Right click. Well, if you're using our dock, if you're using our just a minute. Yeah, just save or share. Yeah, I'm sorry. You just save or share to cloud. I'm sorry. Okay. And then you save it. Now it's in there. So now you've saved it. Okay. And that's basically it. But if you incorporate this as part of your layout, then all you have to do, to make sure anything is saved, like you might do this for several windows. I always save individual windows to the cloud though. Always, always, always. Never know when I want to bring them back at some point. But if you've made some changes and then you just save your layout, file, save or share to cloud, give it a name, entire, save it, then those changes are saved within the layout. Okay, MB, is that clear? Okay, Jaime, so you're getting some results? Okay, good. So, MB, did that answer your question? If not, let me know. Yeah. Again, if you click on new and then the dock channel bar, I'm using the dock. If you're not, I would encourage you to use it. So again, as stock surging, okay, let's just take a look at stock surging. There's only one additional step. So if I wanted this one called the action is heating up right now, so the first thing I do is I right click, configure, summary. I check to see what it's looking for. If I wanted a different price range, obviously 1 in 1,000 is pretty broad. So if I wanted to change that, just make the change, say 1 in 100. Okay, so now it's changed. If I can leave everything else, I can add some filters, subtract filters, but I can customize it. So now I've made the change. Now the only difference is you have to right click and duplicate into a free floating window. So you can see it as a free floating window. Just a minute. Sometimes it's just tricky for me to grab it on my other monitors. Okay, there it is. So there it is. Okay. And now you can save it to the cloud. You can right click, save or share to cloud. Or, now that you've got it here, you can just incorporate it as part of your layout. Well, that's the whole idea, taking a look at the different channels, extracting windows, but you can make changes, of course, save them to the cloud, do it, go through all the channels, take the ones you want, save them to the cloud, and then once you've done that, then you can build a layout from everything that you've taken out of all the channels by just going File, Load from Cloud, and you'll see it. If you saved it to the cloud, it'll be the first one. You'll see them right up here. And you just highlight it and load it. Okay? All right, guys. Well, PMCB is still holding. Again, I'm just eager to see if it takes out 10 later on. Oh, look at MoneyGram, MGI. Wow. They're not low float. Are you using the dock version MB? Again, guys, I encourage you to use the dock version of Trade Ideas. That's not mandatory. Again, and if you're somebody that didn't really care about looking at the channels, it doesn't matter that much, I guess. You can just continue using Trade Ideas as you used before. But if you do want to take a look at the channels during the day without your layout disappearing, that is the main reason for using the dock, for having our the new version of Trade Ideas with the dock channel bar. Docked windows, more advanced, not necessary to do, but I'll put a video in to show you how you can use docked windows. Well, all of the topless windows, MB, will work extended hours as long as when, there's an option. All topless windows will work pre-market and after hours. If you right-click on a topless window and click on time frame, you see where it says Live Always? Then that'll work pre-market and after hours. Sometimes you don't want that. You just want live during market hours. So a topless window will work, okay? Now we have an after hours channel, but if you want after hours action, you'll have to have, like, you want things making post market highs. We have a filter. We have an alert for that. So we have these are our post market as an example. We have post market volume, change in the post market, dollar wise, changed percentage wise, post market highs, post market lows. So you'd have to have these. You'd have to add them to a scan if you wanted, or we have our after hours channel. Again, one of our channels is the after hours channel that you could use. And again, you could modify it with a price range. Whoops. Almost a disaster. Now, the only thing I will say, and this is, generally for everybody, if you want anything to work in the pre-market, do not use the relative volume filter, okay? If you have the relative volume filter active in the pre-market, you'll get no data, okay? That's a common question. They say, well, I've got this scan for the pre-market and I'm getting no data. And the reason is that more than likely you've got the relative volume filter as a value in there. I haven't looked at the market at all, so I noticed we had 45 minutes of up. Now we've got about an hour of down. So tech is down just a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is down a little. Nothing dramatic like yesterday. Okay, guys, give me a moment. What time is it? 11:23. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. So again, from the option scanner, the SGOC, it worked, but you had to be nimble. I mean, you just, again, one of those ones you just cannot wander away from your computer. I have no idea where this is going. All traders are looking at, though, okay, look at this day right here, 11.95. So what day was that? That was on the 29th of July, so last month. It got up to 11 something. That's all traders are looking at. What if it could do that? Or what if it could do this? Way up to $29. It doesn't look good now for PMCB, guys. This is maybe too big of a pullback. But I'll just have my $10 alert way up here. See if it happens later on. But this looks like a pretty big pullback now. Big consolidation. That level really should have held, in my opinion. That 8 level. Now it's dropped $1. So all right, sorry about that. I am now back again. So the same sort of thing with this SGOC. I mean, there's a big area for it to try to hold, 642. Look at the 2-minute chart. You see a little bit of consolidation right there, a little bit of support there. It takes that out. Same area on the 5. Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in putting a price alert, $10. I know it sounds crazy. It's at 7 right now, but I can. Well, I shouldn't say it like. Well, I'll say it like this. I can almost guarantee if it gets up over 10, it'll probably start to run, but it may not happen. I mean, just because it happened to the other one yesterday, absolutely does not mean it's going to happen to this one. Insight, well, I don't really know how much more I can add about the PMCB. I mean, this is a bit, this was a big area in my opinion that it was trying to hold right around 8, and that's $1 drop just like that, and on pretty good volume. All I'm saying is that, listen, I mean, if it, watch it for the rest of, if it takes out 8 again, it could start to run again. but it could be over. It could be over today. I have no idea, but if it takes out 8 again, in fact, that's where I'm going to put an alert around 811, takes out that area. That's a pretty big resistance area. If it takes that out later on, it could start to run again. Yes, she is. I know I shouldn't do this, but what the heck? There she is. Calling me. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple things of some other scans. ICAD, ICAD. Oh no, that's a lot earlier though, 1120. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Some people might get upset, Sasha. I don't care. All right, boy, nothing, again, really light on the new highs and new lows for today. Really light. All right, my headset is dying on me, so I'm going to change. Just a minute, please. All right, back. That's funny. Okay, so I had a question from our YouTube room. Why did I think VRPX would run after hours after the run it had? I had no idea it would. Oh, after hours? You mean yesterday after hours? Well, I didn't know it would. If you were in the room yesterday, all I said was if it closes well, so if you take a look at it on a 15-minute chart, all I was saying was if it closes well. Now there's, what time is it? There's the 4 o'clock, okay? I mean, there's the high right there. It closed almost at the high. So I said, listen, if it closes well, you know, watch it after hours because it could keep running. And that's, you know, I didn't know it was going to, but, you know, I've seen it, you know, time and again. Does it always work like this? Of course not. You know, that was about a $7 move. But I didn't, it wasn't a matter of my thinking. It was more, okay, I'm going to watch to see if it does. As long as it closed near the high, which it did, then, you know, what happens is, I mean, there's still enthusiasm. You know, the stock closes near the high of the day, at the end of the day, there's still enthusiasm. Yeah, if your broker allows it, you can trade before. I mean, Interactive Brokers, you can trade at 4 in the morning Eastern time. No, this was just in the, I was just demonstrating how you can take a trade, Taro, okay? I was just demonstrating how to take a trade and placing a stop and all that. This was just in the simulator, okay? In fact, I'll just flatten the trade now. So that this is not, I was just trying to demonstrate how to take a trade and how to place a stop. So for instance, my stop was down here at 65. But if I were in this trade for real, I would be looking at this going, you know what? I don't like the way it's trading. So I don't have to wait to the actual stop. I can get out ahead of time. Well, my better call the dreamer if you want to. That's not the dreamer. You're not the dreamer. In YouTube, you're not in the main room now. We have another person that calls themselves the dreamer, or is that you? The call breaking 10 to me was probably the better call. I do not use trailing stops. Why? Not in enough. I'm not. If listen, I would have to do something differently if I were in multiple trades at the same time. But I'm in so rarely am I in more than 2 trades at a time. I manage the exits as I see them. Obviously, though, if I were in many trades at the same time, I would have to have a more automated way of managing my trades. But I've never traded like that. All right, guys, we're getting closer to when Chris is going to take. So again, if you have a lot more questions about Brokerage Plus, Chris uses Brokerage Plus a lot, so he will be in the YouTube room at noon, and so you can ask him a lot of questions. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, here's a way in which you can use our docking window. You can combine things, move them all at once. Not mandatory, not necessary. You don't have to, but I've certainly gravitated towards it. These are a couple of docked windows I've got up here. Pitbull, ESGC, ESGC. So it's a Canadian, so it's dual listing. Wow, 277 million in the float for a 72-cent stock. Wow. Okay, so you are not the dreamer that normally is in the main. Okay. All right, guys, well, things have really, really settled down now. For me, anyway. Maybe in the simulator, take this trade. PMCB seems to be basing a little bit here. To show you how you could do it. Now this would be a pretty tight stop. Yeah, something's going, you know what? That's right, something's going on here. Let me see if I can actually take a trade. I think there's a, oh, it took it, okay. So I'm going to put a stop. Again, I'm going to put a very tight stop just to show you how you can do it. My entry was 717, so I'm going to put a stop at 597, 20 cents away. Oops, risking $100 on the trade. Okay, so you see if it gets down to 697, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Not at Interactive Brokers anyway. Depends on your broker, but not at Interactive Brokers. I think Zach had shorts available with his center point. Okay, you guys are talking about Hood. Yeah, this is, to me right now, I listen, I wish you luck if you're in it. Just sort of untradeable to me. As Real would say, I mean, look at just set an alert at the top, set an alert at the bottom, see if it breaks out. But right now, this is just, you know, moving up and down in a fairly narrow range. All right, guys, we're on the way here, on the move here now with this one, the PMCB. Are you talking about a price alert line, or are you talking about the stop line that I put, Taro? You talking about a price alert, or are you talking about the stop line that appeared on the chart? It is possible to filter by spread, yes. So at the time of the alert, if you wanted to have like a 5-cent spread, so right click, No guarantee, of course, that afterwards the spread is going to increase, but we have a spread filter, so there it is. Just type in spread, add the filter. So if you wanted the spread to be no more than 5 cents at the time of the alert, you just put 5 in there, or 10, whatever you want. Are you trying to put it in a top list? It's not available in a top list window. Okay, only available in an alert window. Okay. The spread in a top list window is kind of irrelevant because, I mean, a top list gets upgraded every 30 seconds. That spread can, within 30 seconds can just go all over the place. So typically it's just used for an alert window because, if you get the alert, you want to have it within a certain spread. That's it. Okay, so Taro, so the question was, how would I put, so if I wanted to put on hood, if I wanted to put, say, an alert up here, a break up here, and a break down here, okay? If that's what I wanted to do, well, you have to have our price alerts window up. So you just click on new and price alerts window, okay? That's number one. You don't have to have it dominating your screen or anything. I minimize it, okay? I minimize it, but this is what it looks like. So I'm going to just show you what would happen. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. So now if I want to put a price alert, all I have to do is I just go at that dotted line wherever I want the price alert. I right click, create price alert. Now, if I wanted a different price, it says $49.60. That's where I put my dotted line. If I'm okay with that, I say save, and you'll notice that it appears down here. There it is. Now I just do the same thing at the bottom. Right click, create price alert. Now I can fill in if I want, but typically I don't. But if you want to put a little note, it's fine. Save. Okay, so now I've bracketed. It's bracketed. Okay, and now I minimize. The reason I minimize is because if I get a price alert, let's just do one. Let's just say, what stock is moving fairly quickly? Okay, I just put a couple of price alerts in for PMCB. This should be moving quickly enough. One of them should trigger. Now it decides not to move at all. There, it's going to trigger. There we go. So we see the alert price, 747. It triggered. I minimized my screen, and the reason I minimize it is because I want this screen to pop up when I get my price alert. I sort on the triggered time column, so I'm going to see right at the top. Okay. Also, I have a sound alert on it. I can put a sound alert. Why would I put a sound alert? Because sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got my wireless headset on, so sometimes I do wander away. If I hear that distinct sound, I know it's a price alert. I can come racing back and see it. So you will not miss it. Yeah, the price alerts are excellent, and they're so simple. There's no excuse not to use our price alerts. None. I mean, how easy is it? Right click, create price alert, save. Done. I mean, it's so easy. All right, guys, so I am going to put my the YouTube link in. I'll be taking a break very soon. Anticipating Chris is going to show up pretty soon in the YouTube room. So I'll put this link in. Yeah, okay, so Fast Johnny, so you have to have the price. So if you click on new from our toolbar, there we go again. There's another price alert on the way down this time. Okay, so click on new from a toolbar and then click on the price alerts window. Okay, you have to have it loaded. You don't have to have it visible on the screen. You can minimize it, but this is what it'll look like. And then you just go to a chart. If I want to put a price alert for, up here at 7:58 or for PMCB. Well, in fact, and it just happened. But let's say I want to put a price alert at 7:60. I just go to the chart, wherever I want the price alert, right click, create price alert. Now, if I wanted at 7:61, I could obviously make the change. But if I position it correctly, then I just type it in, save it, and that's it. You can put a note if you want. I don't generally put notes, and that's it. And then I minimize my screen, so if that price alert happens, that price alert window will pop up on my screen. Okay, so it all starts off with new price alerts window. Just like that. See how it popped up on my screen? I click on the alert, see how it's trading. All right, NRXP just got halted, guys. NRXP just got halted. This has been a wild one, I guess. A little bit wild. It must have been an IPO 3 months ago. All right, now let's take out half the trade. I'll take out half the trade here. See, I'm just taking out. So now I'm down to 250 shares. And if I want to get out, if I thought, yeah, let's get out of the whole thing, flatten it. Okay, so at one point, the max I could have made, still in the trade, was $300. Okay, in this trade, I made $250. Okay, this is in the simulator. Now this is going to tell me how good was my exit, because the distance from the exit price. At this point, I'd love to see a big negative number. That will mean that it's way below, the price is way below where I got out. That's why I'm saying, nice to have these three columns. It gives you an idea about how good are your exits. All right, guys, I just want to get my announcement up. And again, though, really though, I mean, this takes out 8 guys, especially if it just kind of bases at 8 again for a while, and then it pops up on volume. I mean, this could have another run in it. PMCB. And then of course, if it takes out 10, all bets are off. I mean, then who knows where it'll go. I mean, the next high looking left is way up at 20. If it can somehow take out 10. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen. Well, I hope these guys have something to do with kidney disease. KDNY. KDNY. Yeah, chronic kidney diseases. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. 11:58. FUTU. I agree, Zach. I mean, William is pretty good, but I don't know. I don't really know what his background and bio. What the heck is going on? FUTU. Oh, that's why. It'll take, yes, if it's a, well, no, I don't have it halted on news. I have it on volatility, unless there's another halt on news for it. Okay, I think, okay. Chris is in, guys, so Chris, I will stop streaming, and I'll be taking my break now.
All right. Looks like everybody's got eyes on my screen. I see there's about 80 of us in here. So start firing away, everybody. Good afternoon, Kev. How are you? Fire away your questions, everybody. I don't come with any content here, so I can just come with random things to talk about if you like. But it's better when it's the content is driven by all of you. Well, on a good side note here, it looks like for once the stream didn't break and drop half you guys on me. It's better when there's a crowd in here, of course. Leon, how are you? Allie, good to see you. And it looks like the stream broke and dropped all you guys again on me. What a bummer. Either that or nobody likes me because we just went from 80 to 29. So, all right, come with your questions, guys. I don't have anything prepared. I can go through my usual spiels here. I don't want to bore anybody to death. Yeah, managing a trade, Kev, up and down. Managing a trade on the upside is just as hard as managing it on the downside. Absolutely no question about that. Um, I've actually had a bit of a tough last few weeks with that myself. Things that were working for me, how I typically trade and do swing trading, they have not been working. I've had to exit them much earlier, and then that fear of, oh well, I exited it and it pulled back and now it's going to run without me. It's just the way it goes sometimes. Just how trading works. That's how it goes. You know, as I like to say, hindsight trading is always my absolute favorite. Yeah, so those are compare count windows, we call them. They're broken up into market cap. So we've got at the top under 2 billion, 2 to 4 billion. We've got 4 plus, and we've got 5 plus billion. Essentially, what they do is give me a screenshot or a snapshot of what the market is doing via market cap like that. So I think it was last week I was doing one of these, and I was able to. I don't pull up intraday charts or daily charts of IWM or the SPY or anything like that. IWM is a really good example of it in general during the day. But if I want to know what the IWM is doing off the bat in the morning, what kind, because I do trade smaller cap stocks, these windows are going to give me a really good snapshot at that. So that week I could see that it was all to the sell side, opposite of what we see here after 15 minutes on the market. I could see that the new highs versus new lows, were moving the opposite way, and I could tell you what the IWM chart looked like without ever looking at it, and just for fun we had pulled it up, and it was exactly what I said it was going to be. So just another tool for me to know, is it am I going in early? Am I letting things fan out a little bit more, especially in this market? It's very tough. First off, you have, while summer is not sell in May and go away like it used to be. I will say that obviously the volume is a lot less in the summer, all the same in general from the big players, which matter. And then, summer after summer, basically, we're grinding around all time highs, and it makes it just that much harder because it's tough to want to buy all time highs. It's tough to want to buy highs in general. A lot of people naturally want to buy things when they're on discount. Stocks are included, whether you're at the grocery store or you're in the stock market, you want to buy it on discount. So, however, I can tell you from personal experience, buy things making new highs. Don't just buy anything making new highs, of course, but generally speaking, new highs. That's kind of, anyways, that's what that means. You could take these compare count windows and do a lot of different things with them, though. I've done something where someone wanted to look in the SPY and how the SPY was doing in comparison. So here I'll share something. All are welcome to look at it. I think I still have it. Hopefully I saved it. Hmm. Here we go. I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly what I did with this here, but you're welcome to take it, look at the settings, and give it a go and see how it relates to what the SPY is doing versus what that window is doing. Give you kind of a snapshot into the SPY without actually looking at the SPY. So I hope that kind of answers your question there, Gregory. If not, come back with it, and we keep at it. Good. Looks like we got an answer. So fire away, guys. Sorry for the dead air time here. I'm still trying to follow some of the support chats and things like that are going on. So when I part ways with you at the top of the hour, I'm not walking back into anything I'm not aware of. That's where for those of you who don't know, that's where I mostly live, is in the support chats and the support emails. I'm just filling in here for Steve today. Give him a little break, rest his voice, so on and so forth. Him and Andy and Jamie. They do almost all the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars, these support sessions. They're going at it hard in different ways all the time. So once in a while, we throw in the substitute teacher me here to fill the space, fill the air. I know that there was an email that had come in earlier. Someone was asking about swing trading and if there's videos on it. We don't do videos on trading itself. A couple of reasons. One is we're not licensed to teach trading. Anybody that had a license here at any point, they have since let those licenses go. So we have to be careful with what we're discussing. And then two, no two people are going to see the same scan in the same way. It's just that's the way it is. It's data interpretation and what your trading plan is. So these are the things that comes down to. I'm pulling up this EPX chart. I had a price alert for 8:30 on it. I guess I blew that one, huh? Right off that beautifully too. So this is part of my trading. What my plan is, I like this 8 EMA here when I'm looking at intraday stuff. I do like it on a daily chart. Obviously on a daily chart that looks horrible, that 8 EMA. But I saw an opportunity in a bounce here. We caught the 8 EMA, blasted off. Caught the 8 EMA, blasted off. And we can say the same thing. That was on a 15-minute chart, and it's no different. We crossed here actually 820. We caught it here and right there, and beautiful alert. Unfortunately, I was busy doing support and didn't get that trade. Thus is life. Can I talk more about IB? I'll try to be nice when I talk about them. I'll first state that I use IB, but I use them only because a gun was held against my head to use them. My thing with IB is, there is no perfect broker, so I don't particularly care for. I think it's insulting that they charge us for data, but it is what it is, and they comp the data essentially because of the commissions we pay. I wouldn't have an issue with paying commissions other than the fact that I don't think IB's fills are great, quite personally, compared to TOS. Just my opinion from using, I bounced around Fidelity, IB, TD. I bounced around them multiple times, really testing them all out. But I like Brokerage Plus enough. Yeah, there is no perfect broker, but I like Brokerage Plus enough that I'm willing to sacrifice that with IB and work the spreads more if there's a spread that I'm not particularly happy with, and sacrifice on that end so that I can use Brokerage Plus. What I can say on the good side about IB is that it hasn't really happened with Thinkorswim in a while. Doesn't usually happen with Fidelity either. But they go down once in a while. E-Trade, all of them. They go down. You can't make any trades. There's nothing you can do. The platform's down. And you get, oh, sorry, we're experiencing technical difficulties, blah, 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 blah. In the 4+ years I've been trading, and, knowing Barry, who loves IB, that's why I'm careful because Barry's very defensive of IB. IB never goes down. That's all there is to it. They don't go down. So part of it you can call it you get what you pay for, if you will. So just those are the little differences. When I'm trading and something's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cent spread, and if I were to go in on market on Thinkorswim, usually I'm getting filled more in the middle of the spread. Versus IB, I always seem to get filled at the top of it. That's why I use limit orders more with IB. It's just it's the way it goes. Know your broker. That's it. But I can tell you there were times when I was using Thinkorswim in years past where all of a sudden I couldn't even submit an order to get out of a trade I needed to because their platform went down, which is not exactly comfortable. So there's your trade-off with those two brokers. I think IB also, their customer support lacks. I know a decent amount as far as, subscribing to the market data and things like that, so I can always assist with some screenshots if you send in an email. things like that to kind of get you going. But if you try to get into the really in-depth stuff of IB and coordinating with us, there becomes some slippery slopes, if you will. So, they're not great with helping, and even though we have a link with them, if you were to ask their support about us, they have no idea who we are. They never will. It's just the way it is. They simply open their API to us, and their API is much better than everybody else's, which is why we don't link with anybody else besides them. And E-Trade is only a public beta still because these companies, as I've said many times, they don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about their API data. None of it makes any sense, any difference to them whatsoever. So their API is broken. And when they finally decide, hey, yeah, we'll let you into our API, and then we said, hey, your API is broken, they said, hey, we don't care, your problem, not ours. And so that's the way that works. GI charts improve, Billy, just. Yeah, that's just the way it is, Kev. So, chart improvement is on their way, as I've mentioned. Can give you no time frame on anything. Dev team keeps that all under wraps. They just say it's coming. They don't say soon. They don't say long. They just say it's actively being worked on. So, all right, David, what we got? Delay. Show in your current position tab up 10 minutes from trades. What was your experience? I don't have any delay in my IB data. As long as you have live data from them, that's where Brokerage Plus pulls it in from them. That's why you need an active data plan from them. So I have never, ever, 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 ever in my years of using Brokerage Plus and IB had an issue with their data as long as I had their plan correctly. As far as that goes, and then you said something on TLS. Did you notice any latency delay on trade orders show up in your positions from actually the platform? Nope. Only when the platform itself was experiencing problems and they acknowledged it, David. That was the only time ever. But it was never just random without them acknowledging something was wrong with their data at that time for Thinkorswim. So, that's it. That's my experience with Thinkorswim. Nothing great, but it is what it is. So here we are. This is something I've been interested in. The volume kind of blah. I tried to get a fill earlier. They wouldn't fill me, and then I lost track of it. Thus is trading. So I hope that answered your questions, David. I know I answered them out of order, but E-Trade won't refund me for dropping the scans this year. Yeah, like I said, these companies they don't care about their customers. They could not possibly care less. It would be impossible for them to care less. E-Trade, Merrill Lynch, IB, they are what they are. Been trying Thinkorswim as well. Still not sold there thus far. I found. Pull me from. Yeah, if you've been in one of these before, Gregory, if we ever get a link with Fidelity, they'll be who I go with. If we ever get a Brokerage Plus link with them, not a whatchamacallit link. I like the Active Trader Pro. There are people that don't like it. It is what it is. Like I said, there's nothing perfect, but I happen to like Fidelity. Do you have any plans on offering broker account in the future? That would be no, we don't have any plans for that. It's something that's probably been discussed a few times here or there, but no, there's no real plan for us to offer as a brokerage whatsoever. Unfortunately, fortunately, I'm not sure. There's a lot of complications that go in with that. Um, so that's that. Looks like I think we're all caught up on the questions here. If I miss something, please let me know. We will, of course, circle back. I'm clicking through some of the stuff I have on my liked symbols here. A lot of these on my like symbols I've been trading since last year, in and out. Once I find a stock and I get a quote-unquote rhythm with it, you better believe I'll be trading it non-stop. Wait for it to break that rhythm until I stop paying attention to it. A few of them here that I'm going through kind of have broken that rhythm. So, if your trading is boring, you're probably making money and doing something right, I like to say. Um, you know, I'll give you a full disclosure. I made a day trade in this guy here today. You can see bought, sold real fast, scalped. If you were looking at the time and sales of that, especially when that was happening, it's not something I'm a fan of in general, but I don't know. took my shot today, shoot or shoot, did that, but um, not my cup of tea. Yeah, sorry. I thought I got you on that, David. The first one you're talking about TOS. Did I notice any latency? No, I didn't notice any latency, David. No, Iris. No new scanners that I come across. I'm a boring trader. I haven't changed anything with my layout um, fundamentally in over a year. The only thing I change is how my layout is set up itself, but I haven't added a scanner or changed a scanner or anything like that in a very long time, Iris. Um, just not something that I like to do anymore. What I have seems to work well for my trading plan, my eyes, and what I like to do. So, and again, David, yeah, no latency issues on TOS for me. That was question one, and then on question two, I've never had any data delays with IB at all. Um, it's always worked very smoothly for me. Brokerage plus an IB. Let's see if there's anything that's somehow kicked around Iris that I could share for you. Something might be. Um, mm, nope. No, sometimes it means something gets shared with me, but I don't think anything has been passed my way in a long time here. No, nothing goes back, nothing new. Something that I learned is once, stop switching things around so much. I don't, literally, as I went over the other day, what you see on this screen here is 90% of my layout every single day. I manage this list sometimes more actively than other times, and that's it. Oh, Kev, I don't have to tell them to take their time. Nope, I don't use RBI, GBI, none of it. I mean, if I see one forming on something that I'm trading, and trust me, I'll certainly note it, but I don't use those windows. I never have. Um, just never, they were never something in part of how I traded. I like them in the sense, I like the pattern, if you will, in a sense that it's a confirmation. If I already have some confirmations lining up for me, and then I see, oh well, it's got a nice RBI or GBI forming, just it adds to it. The same idea. Something I'm looking at, and then all of a sudden Holly jumps in it. Like, well, that feels good to know that the AI is seeing something in something that I was seeing. Probably not the same things we're seeing, but just confirmation bias for good or for bad. So let's see here. So I think we're caught up again. Yes, the devs hold the power. Unfortunately, something I've mentioned to people before. I for years asked for an EMA filter. Um, I know I'm not the only one, and I'm talking about before I was fortunate enough to land a job here. And you get in here and you see why things are different. When they start to explain server tech and things like that to you, and it goes way over my head. It is what it is. Um, and I start to understand why just adding things is not a flip of a switch. Especially we bring in this data raw. It's not like we don't bring in RSI data. We bring in the raw data and turn it to RSI. So um, just how that goes. I won't pretend that I understand any of the math. That stuff goes way beyond my understanding. Do you think QQQ will go higher in September? Uh, I have no idea, but let's take a look for fun and see what we see, and talk about paths of resistance and whatnot. Oh, I think I'm probably just going to get one of those errors. Nope. Yep, of course it autofilled incorrectly. Sorry, this I'm on a new build where the charts kind of autofill, as you can see some stuff going on there. And always fun. So let's take a look here. So things that I'm going to look at as far as this chart goes here. One is since we broke, so this black line that looks like steps is a position low of 20-day range, something I'm very big into. Again, there's no magic indicators. They don't exist. So if you're looking for the magic indicator, too bad. But what I do pay attention to is how the 20-day range is working. It's just something that my eye guides to. So we can see that back here through the beginning of the year, it was easy steps taking up, and then we took some steps down in that pullback. And then we did the same thing again here as we flopped. All right. Since that has happened, we have had a steady basic step up here, and we're doing it again. So right there is going to be that new 20-day range. There's no catalyst as far as we know right now to do anything with the market, buy or sell. So for now, the path of least resistance easily remains up. I will say that the big boys are coming back to town after Labor Day. That always plays a role. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of pullback or correction when they come in, just to let everybody know they're back in town, coming from the Hamptons or wherever they're coming from. That's just my kind of 2 cents and what I've noticed over September's, from the last several years. And I've only been trading since August of 2017. So, I'm not coming with decades of experience. You can see here this red line's an 8 EMA. We can see it start to curl a little bit, so maybe some short-term weakness. We've got, what is it, the 16th, or today's the 18th, I'm sorry. I for fun, my prediction, if you'd like, which means absolutely nothing, is that the beginning of September we're going to see some sort of pullback, and barring any kind of news or something really blowing out the system for any sort of reason, we'll see that pullback. We'll see that pullback met and bought and push higher into the end of September and October. That's my for fun prediction because, everybody gets to go on CNBC or Bloomberg and make predictions and never be held accountable. I'll throw mine out there like that for fun too. Is there a way I can look at and copy top list alert multi-strategy windows that you and others use to trade ideas? I mean that you've customized yourselves? No, I don't do any of those things. Nobody else here does either, as far as I know. The one way that we have it is you can click and highlight and then right click and go save contents, and then I'll save it as a whatever CSV file or some other file that you can convert over into Excel, and that's really it. I mean, the only other thing you can do is no, that's it. That's everything. That's the only way to do that. There's no other way to export, unfortunately. So that's what I got on that there, Naveen. Avery, thanks for QQ Insight. What is your fun prediction for IWM? My fun prediction for IWM. And again, what I'm discussing or looking at, it's based on what I like to look at it for indicators. Someone else is going to come in there and see something completely different on that chart than I am. And it's when it comes back to data interpretations. I have a scan that I like to look at for swing trades, although it has not worked out swing trading wise for me great, like it had been for months and months and months and months and months. Someone else that I shared that scan with said, I don't understand why you think that's a swing trading scan. That looks like a day trading scan to me. I said, okay, that's just not the way that I see it. But, they interpreted the data different than I did. Also, they're a day trader more by nature than I am. And they like in and out quicker and so on and so forth. So, same scan, two different eyes, two different brains. IWM for fun. This seems to be, oops, let's not draw it like that. Let's draw it like this. This seems to be a fairly significant level here. We can see that once we broke it here, we tested it here, we broke out, and we tested it here, and we tested it here, came close to testing it here, and we tested it here. So that is really, really significant as far as I'm concerned. We look like we're having a lot of trouble in the IWM in this range lately, trying to get above that. This green line is a 50 SMA, and we can see it's been pressing on it for a long time. All right, we broke the 50 SMA here, came back below it, broke it here, come back below it here. So we've been below it all of July, all of August. So I would say that that's a big deal. Then on top of that, as we zoom in, sorry, it's easier if I bring the drawing tool over, so I don't have to go back and forth. We now see that the 8 EMA has now crossed the 20 SMA, putting further pressure on it. All right. But the 20 period low is now moved up on us here. So we look like buyers and sellers have become even fighting here recently. I would say watch it to try to get above this 8 EMA, and it might start to fight that 50 SMA there. Those are my 2 cents on the actual technical analysis of it. Now for the fun prediction part, I would say that, let's zoom way out, I like a good view here on this. Looking at all of this, looks bearish to me. I would say if my prediction would be that we come down and test this again sooner than later. And if we test that again and we get any sort of significant sellout, the IWM seems to suffer the most from any sort of significant sellout. I would say that testing that line means that we test further down this way and maybe start to come back to this area here. That's my prediction. I won't say that it's going to go one way or the other. That's a really tough chart, I would say. But I would, if you force me to bet money, I bet that we test this line. That's what I see. However, I wouldn't bet my money against it unless you put a gun to my head, which please don't do that. So, all right, I hope that helps there. Keep the questions rolling. I don't mind, any of these things here, talking about them. If not, let's take a look here. So, something to note today. Holly, not a lot on the blotter. 4 shorts and a long. The long is technically working. Is that correct? Yes, technically working. Got out on a profit save early. And other than that, 1 short's working. So, 1 short, 1 long working. Stop, stop. Hard market. That's all there is to it. I know all-time highs, and we just grind, and it's weird, and gap down, and grind back up, gap up, grind back down. We're just constantly filling gap ups and gap downs, and these are hard markets to trade, especially we wind down summer. Like I said, the big boys are away, and now you have even probably some of the smaller big boys away, finishing out summer, wherever they're going to go, and their summer, so on and so forth. And so, we could really see volume really start to dry up across the board on everything that isn't, just a day trading scan or something like that. And those are things that those people are never going to be involved in anyways. I mean, we'll bring in a SPY chart here. So this is one of the other few windows that I actually have. It's on a separate monitor. Let's zoom out, and you can just see this volume really, coming down here through the end of summer on a 15-minute chart. Was kind of big on the close yesterday. Well, I guess you had Jerome talking yesterday. So, but look, these bigger volume bars all through here. Even just from a few weeks ago, none of that. The bigger volume bars just continue to decline in size as we wrap out summer. So, I said it the other day, I'll say it again. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. As far as moving averages are concerned, would you enter a trade has a higher moving average that is flat? Once again, not asking for advice and pick your brain. I don't want to see something that's really extended off the moving averages, especially off an 8 EMA or a 20 SMA, depending on what my time frame is on that trade. Um, that's kind of my 2 cents on it. It's not about being flat or not. I'm not going to enter something with declining moving averages. That's for sure. If you had a declining longer moving averages with rising higher moving averages. Like today, I took a shot in this here GO, and you can see on the daily that the 50 has been declining, but I can see that the 20 is crossing the 50, which is bullish to me. I'm hoping that these shorts may or may not have to do some coverage. It's a big line that's there. I got in earlier. Obviously, you can see my mark here where I got in. Manage to trade accordingly. Now, normally the way I would trade, I was looking at this more as a target somewhere in there, but that has not been working for me on my trading plan, so I've adjusted a little bit. I'm watching this 15-minute chart and this 8 EMA, and if we start to break that, you better believe I'm taking some off the table, and I will not let it get past my entry there. I also entered late. I was involved in a support chat. My alert went off. I was not able to get the fill that I wanted, but I took it anyways because I did like the shot at trying to get back around 14 on that. So that's what I did, and give you some insight into my trading. Like I said though, I have not been able to hold trades as long as I normally have been, so I'm not sticking around for declining 8 EMA on that 15-minute chart. It's a little bit more quicker of a time frame than I generally care for, but I've had too many trades lately go on me that had pullbacks, never came back to what I thought it would, and so I'm going to take my lunch money and go home if necessary. So I hope that answers as far as the moving averages flattening and declining. So we have a flattening one here. We'll see if it caught it, and we're going to get a boost. And I'll also tell you this right now. If we get back up to this level and I see it struggle up at this level, you better believe if it starts to pull back from that level also, I'm going to take something off the table. Nobody ever went broke. If you took profits consistently and did not allow yourself to have big losers, you will add income. I'm not saying you'll be paying all your bills and, quitting your day job anytime soon, but you will certainly add income to your annual revenues if you consistently take some profits and do not let winners turn to losers and do not let losers run away on you. Two very, very hard things to do. So I hope that answered that well. I hope that the viewer calls go up to, I wouldn't call myself a permabull, but I am certainly overall more bullish in general than bearish, always. Let's see, Naveen, what is the difference? These two alerts crossed above daily resistance, crossed above daily high resistance. I believe the difference is going to be on the daily high resistance. It's just going to be that day where the cross above resistance, you can put days in the field. Something like that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's exactly it, Kev. What's the saying? History never repeats, but it always rhymes. Something like that, right? So, that's what I like to pay attention to. And like I said, I don't have nearly the market experience as, probably even some of you that are in here. Sometimes I think that's a good thing for me. Obviously, sometimes it's a bad thing. So, I take it, for what it's worth. I don't have, bias into, the crash is coming, this will end badly and things like that. I mean, what comes up always comes down. There's always a reversion to the mean. But if look at a SPY chart here. Been a long time since we had a reversion to the mean, I'll tell you that. And I just always like to point out, there we go. Get that error there on these charts here. So, barring COVID, obviously right here, bring in the drawing tool again. It's been a long time since we had a reversion to the mean. That's got to be December of 2018, I believe. Let's take a look here. Yeah, December 2018. So we had that when the Fed said, oh, we're going to raise rates and tighten the balance sheet. And then the market said, no, you're not. thanks, but no. And then we went on back to all-time highs there, and we continue to do so till here. So there's always a reversion to the mean in everything in life. However, uh, you know, you'd be hard pressed to find any really significant pullbacks in a really long time if you want to take it to the next level. Like at a weekly chart here. I mean, where are your pullbacks? A long time before you get a pullback here, there. And once again, the only reason this pullback happened is a global pandemic, literally. And I mean, you want to talk about, all right, we have a nice steady climb, right? Pullback and up. I mean, look at that on a weekly chart. Since that happened, there's no reversion off a 50-day moving average on a weekly chart. I mean, look how far we are pulled off of that right now. I mean, logic dictates at some point it's supposed to pull back. I don't know. I'm certainly not playing it as that right now. It would take a lot for me to get bearish. So I hope that kind of helps. Holding true redemption due to FOMO. Yeah, that's exactly it. Get back to time frame that I like to keep it on here. So, and then David Varley on market aspect. Don't beat yourself. Yesterday market is not today, tomorrow. No, that's exactly it. I just, I like charts. They don't lie. That's all there is to it. A CEO can come on CNBC, which, just so you know, I never turn CNBC on, or Bloomberg, or any other news for that matter, ever. I don't care. Name a news station, I don't turn it on, including the local news. And that's just the way it is for me. I look at this. This tells me where the money's going. Money never lies, and money is smarter than every single person out there. That's just the way it works. Always has, always will. And there's not one thing about any of these charts that tell me that I should be bearish. And when they start to tell me that, I'll adjust accordingly. I actively bought stocks in what I would consider the last real bear market in 2007, 8, 9. But I was just buying things that I liked on long term whatevers. I wasn't trading or anything like that. I was just hey, I've got some money and I've always been interested in stocks. Let's buy some stocks. So I've never really participated in a bear market, so I have no idea what that's like, and I won't pretend to. Kev, easy come, easy go on those 500 plus gainers. That's the way it works. Find the easier you make you money, the easier you spend it. Something like that, right? Sorry, there's a chat going on here between the traders. So I'm sure Barry makes reference to it once in a while, but some of these emails and chats that we get with people being upset with us for an incredible amount of various things, just mind-boggling. Uh, Hindsight trading. This will be a hard pill to swallow right there. Alert was set, ready to go. I saw the level. I missed the trade. And as I say, there will always be another. What are two orange lines on the left chart? Was that when I was on the SPY chart, Naveen? It's got to be the SPY chart. Just support and resistance lines that I drew. I drew this one yesterday, as a matter of fact, off the 15-minute chart. Ugh, another error. So I actually drew this yesterday when we were having an internal discussion and teasing about, oh, the bear market's here, the sell off, and hide your children because we gapped down and we sold off. And I said, this line is what matters to me right there. And I drew this line. We actually never even touched it. And I drew that line based on this. So let's zoom out on this chart. And I believe it was the 6th of August. Let's take a look here. So this is the 5th of August right here. That's the 5th of August. That's the 6th. We gapped up, took off, and we have never looked back since, right till there. We had the gap down, make all new all-time highs, gap down, reversed, teasing. I like to make my all-time high calls with the traders all the time. Michael Moss always and me always, new all-time highs when, and I predicted that we'd have new all-time highs tomorrow. I'm sticking with that prediction. I don't see any reason why we won't, and if we don't do new all-time highs tomorrow, I think we do them Friday. I don't see any reason we don't. I'm not saying we will, but that's how I see it right now. So anyways, I drew this line, and that line is held very true for a pivot line as far as we go right now. No magic or mojo, it's just what my eye saw. Price action really, really looking around there, all through there. And so I drew that line. The other line that was on that chart, probably I drew God knows how long ago. I don't delete the lines, so. But let's see it. It's going to coordinate to something on here that was significant to my eye back whenever. So let's zoom out. And yeah, I'd say that's pretty significant. Boom, boom, before we make that huge break there. So that was last August and last October-ish or something like that before we started to really break out. And I think that's when all the vaccine news came out and the world was saved and so on and so forth and all those good things. So, that was probably the news catalyst at that time on all that. So those are those two orange lines. Used to be insane parabolic moves every week. Yeah, I could find you insane parabolic moves every day, I bet. Fear drives spend. Yeah, greed and fear are played out on every single chart. And you better believe, all right, red lines are fear, green lines are greed. A lot of fear and greed. A lot of fear and greed. Since then, though, look at that declining volume overall, big time. And again, I'm just going to let the charts tell me what to do. So continue trade management, like I discussed before. Those that want an insight into trading, watching go-go. I touched that line. I'm getting a boost now. I'm really watching this closely, though. My trading plan originally says I'm trying to ride it to here at least before I take some profits. However, I'm just, my trading plan has not worked as well as it had been, and so I'm watching it closely. The other things that I'm watching, for how I'm managing this trade is I'm going to watch the spread on this set of moving averages. If this spread starts to open up again, where the 20 SMA starts to flatten this way with the 8 EMA starting to peel up and this spread widens, that tells me that volume and momentum have come back in my favor. If they continue to close down like they started to here, they started to close down right in there, tells me volume and momentum are no longer in my favor. Again, nothing magic about it whatsoever. Yes, do I wish I could create a 820 cross scan on multiple time frames? Sure. I mean, look at the 820 cross right here that happened. Been beautiful ever since, but it's not magic. I could also show you tons of failed ones, just as many failed ones as good ones. So I try not to get hung up on those things. Bitcoin, yeah, I don't mess with the crypto. I don't have money to mess with crypto. I hope everybody that's in it makes all the money in the world. I just hope it doesn't hurt me somehow. But as far as I'm concerned, I wish I like to tell people there's room at the top for everybody. That's what I like to believe. So cross forming on PMCB. Let's take a look. What do you show me, PM? Well, first off, typed it wrong. Second, this dev build is full of bugs. Let's try that again. PMCB. So, cross on different time frames. So look, this caught that 8 EMA. Now, if I had any interest in trading this whatsoever, this would be my first line of interest, but because it's too close to that wick, that would tell me I have no interest in this whatsoever, to try to take a shot moving back towards that. But yes, a cross is starting to form here on that 5. Probably already has a cross on the 2-minute chart. But those are time frames I don't look at. Well, I look at the 5. I do not look at a 2-minute. And so again, my 2 cents there. And then, I'll show you something else here that I look at that's important to me is time and sales. That time and sales is at the top of speed that I like to look at, to be honest with you. The spread isn't bad, to be honest, a few cent spread mostly. But you can see, some pretty significant movement here in that time and sales. And so that's, if I'm going to day trade, I'm not a fan of that overall. It's at the top of my comfortability level. I think it's funny when people brag about crypto gains because 500 gain. Yeah, that's exactly it. Listen, there's always going to be some crazy market going on. When I was, really starting to understand trading, and China stocks were like insane for a minute, and then the shippers had all those crazy moves, and then all this blockchain stuff was going to go on, and then the weed stock started doing whatever, and I don't know. There's been all kinds of whatevers. I mean, this winter was very short-lived, but that whole NFT thing. I mean, there were some crazy winners in that whole NFT thing. Shoot or shoot, take a shot on those. If that's your cup of tea, if you will. But to show, take the cookies while they're there. Barry's watch list up. It's one of the things I watch. You can see it's right here. The AI traded this the other day. Takes a shot down. Barry's got on his list for whatever reason. You're not going to see it here because I had to load a new layout, so it erased my history here. However, great alert right there. I had a price alert set on it. Again, I was busy in a chat. I couldn't trade. Took a great shot up, but take those cookies while they're there. That shot way up, and once again, come back, revert to the mean. Came back to this 8 EMA on a 15-minute. Is it going to curl up? I don't know. I'm not going to bet money on it. I'll tell you that right now. You can see that curl up again here. So, these are things that I look at. Again, not trading it. I missed my shot. I liked it here. Had I taken it, obviously selling there is, that would be darn lucky. I'd have probably on a pullback sold somewhere in here, and I'd probably definitely gotten out there without a question. So that's life in the trading lane. Yeah, probably New York State. New York State sucks about everything these days. I can't leave New York fast enough, but I got a long time before I can leave New York. So, grass is always greener everywhere. You can go to any state and you have your issues. So, it is what it is. Same thing any country you go to. I think we're all caught up here. You guys got about 10 minutes more with me before Barry comes back. So, fire away with questions, open book here. Throw them out there. This is something I've been in and out of a lot, going back to trading boring stocks. I was trading this last fall. Lots of in and outs, and this is also why it's hard. Money's in the holding, though. If you could hold through some of this, I mean, look at that. Obviously you get your pullbacks here, but if you're able to put together a real trading plan for swing trading, do yourself a big favor. You're going to see some overall better returns in the long run. What else? Anything else interesting going on that I've been looking at? Yeah, this one interests me a little bit. I like the pattern on the daily here, but it's a bio. And for anybody that needs a cautionary bio tale, let's tell a little tale. This alerted sometime last week. Was it this one? No. Maybe it, sorry, my layout just crashed because of that error. See the testing that we got to do for you guys here? So sorry, bear with me for a moment here while I load back up. Very unpleasant. I don't have some mega supercomputer or anything like that. I have a Dell that I bought in 2017, 16 gigs of RAM or something like that. I don't even know. Generally, it works good, but I have a lot running. One to stream, some other things that I'm running here for software testing and whatnot. So let's see. So now you're getting, this is what this screen will look at like here when I am with my regular layout. Things are just reversed. So I'll load the layout here for support. Hopefully we will not crash again. That's not fun. Nope. Yes, that is correct. That's what my cautionary tale was going to go. I seem to be unable to load trade ideas again. Third time's a charm, right? Let's see here one more time. Think we're good to go. All right. We look good. Sorry, taking a look at an internal chat here. Got a user that wants us to basically be able to trade his account like a hedge fund or a high frequency trader hedge fund. That is not who we are, never been, never going to be. You've ever had me in any supports or anything like that, and you were one of those people that was trying to, create micro scalping, layouts or automated micro scalping and things like that. It's not who we are, never going to be. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. And the reason why we don't look to compete against any of those people is because, think about this, those real big players that are out there moving all that money and stuff, they are literally paying tens of millions of dollars to be just a few feet closer to the servers of the NYSE and the NASDAQ. They are not paying tens of millions of dollars because they think it's fun. They do it because the speed of light matters. That's why. Brokers managed account roughly. Yeah, most brokerage accounts somewhere in that range. So pattern day trader rule and all that stuff like that. That's why swing trading is more appealing, if you will. I was one of those people once upon a time. So trading unsettled cash and all those things like that. So SENS. So where I was going with all this, and try to squeeze this in really quick, see if I can get this to go. So anyways, this is a bio that I like. I traded it a couple of weeks ago. If anybody that knows me, I like cup and handle patterns. So you had this long kind of swath here and swath here. So it's a big healthy cup. Decent handle there. I like that. I traded it actually right in here. Didn't go the way I thought it would. Eked out a small gain. But I wonder now, do we have another cup and handle forming here? And so I'm watching it there. But again, bio product. All right, bio product. Just know that you could lose every single penny much easier in one of those than you can in any other stock. So. But looking at it on this time frame here on the daily, these are actually the patterns I really like. They just have not been working the same for me recently, just the way it is. and so I've adjusted myself accordingly. Oh, looks like I just made a new high on the day for GOGO, and possibly I get my breakaway now. So and here we can see the separation starts to come in. We have again crossed on a 5-minute pattern here, or on a 5-minute chart. I like all those things, and I might just hold it right into tomorrow. No, the Fed talked yesterday, and they don't have another real meeting until sometime next month, I think, or maybe October. I don't even know, Gustavo. But no, nothing Fed-wise important today, I don't think. Nothing that I'm concerned about, that's for sure. And also, it's, whatever they're going to say, you better believe they're not going to say one thing that's going to drop the market. They have a job to do. And while they're not elected officials, every one of them is waiting to get their private equity jobs, just like Bernanke and Yellen and Greenspan, and take it right down the line. So, personal feelings aside, they're in it to make money, and they're not going to say anything that's going to cost them money or cost them their future jobs and speaking fees and all those things like that. So there you go. Johnny says that Fed minutes are at 2 p.m. So you got an hour. 2 p.m. Eastern. But you can be sure that whatever he's going to say is, or they're going to say is, it's well scripted, nothing off the cuff. There's no real significant news. I know apparently that Northern Florida has seen an issue in their hospitals. Apparently, I guess from someone that I know in Northern Florida, they say that trend is now starting to break and go the other way. Fortunately, God, I hope it is. I hate for anybody to be sick. It really stinks. For anything. So, hopefully that all happens. I believe that also trends are shown now in UK that they're starting to go back the other way to the downside as far as cases and hospitalizations go. I hope that's all true. Good for the people that hopefully less people getting sick and better for everybody getting back to the world that we want it to be and so on and so forth. So just always wishing everybody all the best. That's all there is to it. So of course everybody's a virologist now. Everybody's a foreign policy expert now. My expertise on all of it is I just hope the best for everybody, and I'll just pay attention to what the charts are doing. Keep my stops where they're at, and that's that. And other than that, just all good wishes for everybody. What else? Anything? Nope. Looks like we're all caught up again. Got an alert popping up. Got a price alert. Let's take a look at it together. We've got seconds before Barry comes and says, hey, I'm taking the stream back. VXRT, been watching this one for a while. Give you my 2 cents on this for fun. So again, this kind of pattern here, trying to see if it'll play through here. This orange line obviously is playing a huge role. Also, we have 1,000,001 bag holders there that you better believe the second the price moves up, they are going to be distributing their shares to everybody buying here. At what point are there no more real bag holders there to concern supply and demand moving that way? I don't know. But I would suspect that if we can break this line and hold above it, it might be good. And again, biological product. I just happen to like bios. One day I may get burned on them. Not one day. One day I'm sure I will get burned on them, but hopefully I'll have made enough money that the burn on it will have been worth it for all the good that it has done for me. So, yes, everybody's a short squeeze expert too, For those that don't know, I love Twitter. As I like to tell people in my personal life, I am very big into Twitter. I am not big on Twitter. But it's hilarious to watch all these people and these accounts that pivot from, being experts of, sports to experts on virus to experts on foreign policy to experts on short squeeze to experts on hedge funds. And, it's just awesome. Great comedy. Great entertainment. I I do not discuss politics with anybody that isn't very, very, very close to me. My general synopsis on it is exactly what Mark Twain said about politicians. You can look up his quote, and I'll leave it at that. Politician's job is one thing: to get elected and reelected. That's it. That's all a politician's job is. And I'm sure there are wonderful politicians out there, and having lunch or dinner with them is absolutely great. And I'm sure there are terrible politicians out there, and having lunch or dinner with them is awful. And that's just people in general. That's the whole world. And the more people you have, you'll have more great people and more bad people. And the more politicians you'll have more great politicians, bad politicians. I'll just, conduct myself accordingly. What's best for life? That's all. Good one. Big into yeah, yeah. That's it. I had something happen on Twitter to me where I had no followers whatsoever, which I was totally comfortable with, and then they created this thing called Twitter Spaces, which is like Clubhouse, and I started participating and talking in the spaces a lot, and all of a sudden my follower count jumped from that, and so I had a picture of my daughter and myself as my profile picture. I had to take that down, and I just put up some nonsense pictures for a while I figured it out, and I put a picture of myself up there anyways because I'm not one of those anon accounts, but it's one of those tricky things. There's enough public information out there about people, so we're getting way off the subject of stock trading here. Barry is talking to me. Sorry. Barry started streaming. So, all right, it's going to break my stream. I will bid you all goodbye. Best of luck to everybody and everything you're doing. I don't know when you'll see me again. So thanks for listening and stopping by, and take care.
Well, I don't know who does it. I mean, I've given up trying to figure stuff like that out. It just happens. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of these, okay? This is called the Dock Main Upper, okay? Actually, before I do that, let me try to help Malik. He asked a question before. Malik, where are you? Where are you, Malik? No, you're reading way too much into stuff, Vicky. There you are. Okay, so what happened? You said that you saved things and it didn't save, or I'm sorry, I can't. Well, how did you save them? Okay, did you save a layout or did you save individual windows? Okay, so let me just size that window just a little bit. All right, so there are two ways to save, right? File and then save layout. Now, saving layout means you're saving it to your computer, okay, which is okay. Now, save layout, then what I do, I also do both. I'll give it a name. I don't save default layout, I just give it a name. So I'm surprised if you said you saved your layout, you should be able to file load layout and you should see it. You should see it somewhere. Number one, okay, if you did save your layout. But I also save everything to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. Okay, click on entire, give it a name, and save it. So not sure what you did. If you saved it to, well, file, load layout. You should see your layout somewhere. Okay, that's fine. So you saved it to your computer, and then yeah, file, load layout. File, load layout. Not load from cloud, you didn't save it in the cloud. I think that's the issue. Got it, good, okay. That's what we like to hear. All right, somebody wanted my, these two right here, these are the dock versions of my layout, okay? So, I'm gonna load from cloud. And let's see, main monitor upper. Okay, so this is upper. And then I'll need the lower. Meanwhile, to lower. Okay, so now the only thing is that when you load this, when you load the upper one, you will not get this window. You'll see a window, but it'd be blank. So you could exit out, okay? So just exit, like exit out, because it'll be blank. This is one of those, hopefully down the road, yeah, not yet. Yeah, down the road, you'll have the same, you'll be able to duplicate it. There's a way to do it, but it's really convoluted, so. Yeah, I put it in the stocks only. That's where you were. Okay? Right here, upper, lower. Okay? I should have put it in, you're right, I should have put it in the off topic. Okay? Well, just click on stocks only. You're in off topic, just click on the stocks only tab. Okay? There you are. Tiger, you're talking about a count, obviously. Ah, boy, oh boy, I can't wait for them to fix this. My screen looks amazing in gray. I have same screen. You're talking about this background? I've done nothing. Didn't even notice it. Really? I don't think I've, no, I don't think, I think this background's always been gray when it's not full. Oh, the stock lookup. Oh, I see. Oh, this. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's got to be fixed though. This is the new problem is that when you type in, So you'd like to think that's Macy's. Now it may, yeah, in this case it was, but what's happening is that you might get a completely different symbol because it's looking in a string. Yeah, so for instance, no, bad example, but plus if you click too quickly, if I type in really quickly, yeah, well look at that. See, I typed in Macy, I typed in M and this is what came up. Anyway, it's being worked on. As alerts, James, maybe. Charts, I mean, we've got the, well, we have, if you're talking about an alert, an actual alert for the crossover on the chart, I mean, listen, anything's possible, but I'm not going to hold my breath. How's that? I don't know what you mean. This window hedge fund think you can't cash them. What does it relate to? No idea what you mean. Sorry, Malik. No idea what you mean. Oh, I see. Oh, it's got nothing to do with hedge funds. What scan are you talking? This window hedge fund? I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Are you talking about something from within Trade Ideas? We don't have a. Well, we have nothing to. We don't have, as far as I know, we don't have a scan for hedge funds. So, I'm gonna have to say the answer is no. By the way, somebody asked earlier, not today, but maybe last week, about where is our insider tab. It is coming back and it's going to be real time. The insider tab before, I think, was more historical, and the insider tab, as it is being reworked, will be real time. Yeah, I remember you asked, Ija. Others have asked too, but yeah, it's going to be real time. At least that's what I was told yesterday in the marketing meeting. This GOC was not on the AI, so I don't know what you're talking about. It was not on the AI. If you're talking about SGOC, it came from my option scan earlier, and it was a long. Worked okay for a bit. The alert was at 7:43. You can see the candle right there. Got up to 8:23. So it had nothing to do with the AI. Here are the AI alerts today. No SGOC on here, okay? Okay, options, yeah. That's not, but that's got nothing to do with the AI. Yeah, it was a long, yeah, 743. I mean, listen, if you got it around that level and traded out of it, I mean, it got up to 828. Certainly didn't sustain itself, but again, not too many alerts are going to come through probably for, I don't know, a couple of weeks now. And the reason being is that a lot of the option alerts were from stocks that had earnings, okay, and just not that many stocks having earnings. That's correct, Phil. That's the only one. Just trying to keep an eye on certain levels of this PMCB, see if it gets back over that 8 level again. Unfortunately, I've not been able to follow any crosses today. I've been too busy doing other stuff, so I haven't followed any of the crosses today. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right on the PMCB, but you never know. Out of just same way it went down, it could pop up again, but you never. So I'm just gonna no harm in putting an alert around the VWAP area and back up at 8, and of course at 10. Well, I kind of thought it was done back around 11:30. Yeah. Anyway, you know what? We're just speculating. I mean, that action for the PMCB, sort of like the B-way action, got over 10 and then just boom, just collapsed. recycling day. Vicky. All right, guys. Well, listen, no new alerts coming through. Well, this one, this NRXP certainly is basing well. You got to believe it's not going to stay here. And there's actually got a little bit of a cross down, actually. NRXP, a cross down on the 5-minute chart. A little bit of a one, but it's, as Real would say, it's in kind of consolidation mode. Yeah, it is actually shortable for me. If this cross actually is going to work. Yeah, the volume's good. I mean, 8 million. It's traded the float just about half. 2.3 relative volume. It's just kind of interesting action that it's not really moving. But again, let's see if I can see. Well, it looks like it wants to cross down again on the 2-minute, even though it's a little bit of a price pop, but. Well, for me, the dreamer, I'd be looking at a little bit of, like, for instance, if this is, I would never chase. So in other words, if you just see a series of 5 or 15-minute candles straight up, I'm not going to take the trade. So what I'm always waiting for, if I've missed that sort of a move, I'm waiting for a little bit of consolidation. Okay, like imagine if all this were up here. Okay. So some might think, well, man, how can you chase this? Because at this price, it might be up, I don't know, 30%. But if you get this move up near the highs and then it pops through, I would take the trade as an example. As long as it's popping through on volume, as opposed to just, a price move, but on no volume. So chasing is chasing. I mean, chasing is, you know, a series of 5-minute candles, 15-minute candles, even 2-minute candles. I'm not going to take it. It has to stop moving for a while, even maybe a gentle pullback, and then resume again, but with volume. That's how I look at it anyway. What is the blue line? Are you talking about that blue line here on this chart right here? This is the 20 SMA. That blue line is the 20 SMA, and the orange line is the 8 EMA. So the theory is that if the 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that can set up a short. If the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that could be setting up a long trade, okay? But right now, it's the mild cross down. Okay, so on my charts, I've got that blue line is the 20 SMA, and the orange line is the 8 EMA. So it doesn't matter the time frame, but we're always looking for these crosses. So again, if the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that can set up a potential long trade. If it crosses below the 20 SMA, that can set up a potential short trade. No, the reason I do that, Bods, is that's just a trick to keep ETFs out, okay? So it makes sure that I'm only looking at stocks. I don't have to do it here, but so yeah, I mean, if you add if you add that filter, the EPS filter, and put, just a modest positive number and a modest negative number. I think I use what, 001 and then minus 001. It just means that whatever I'm going to see in the scan will be a stock, because all stocks have earnings, be they good or bad. Okay? Or have to. Whereas an ETF doesn't have earnings, so it just filters, it just makes sure that I'm only seeing stocks. That's all. Does that make sense? It's just a trick. Now, there are some times where you use that filter and it filters out, usually it's a foreign stock. I've noticed this for some Israeli stocks. And you might say, because we'll be talking about a stock, or somebody will be posting a stock, and I'll actually wonder why it's not showing up here, because it seems to fit all the criteria. And a lot of times it is because, for whatever reason, that earnings filter blocks it. It doesn't happen very often. All right, guys. Well, again, reiterate this. This is an very, very slow day. I mean, the PMCB obviously was a lot of fun early on. CBOE, really? I don't have that one. Is it under 20,000 shares? Oh, it's way outside my price range. That's why. Okay. Wow. Yeah, no kidding. Big, big pop up. Just, just a minute, please. So what are the markets doing? Market's kind of flat. I mean, the NAS is flat. Dow's down a little. SPY's down a little. Nothing like yesterday. Yeah, I'm not going to give up on it. I'm not giving up on it completely. The PMCB. Yeah, it'll have to get back up over the VWAP, of course, but sorry guys. Must be a million squirrels in the backyard. You've all seen pictures of her. It's hard to believe that little dog can make that sound. Lily, let's take a look at Lily. LLY. Yeah, see there's the issue. LLY. I don't think Hood is going to have earnings anytime soon. I mean, it's just you. I mean, they have to, in theory. Well, not in theory, within 3 months, every 3 months. So I doubt if it's going to have earnings anytime soon. You know, guys, this is a sneaky little earnings play, AMCR. Problem is, it doesn't have a ton of room. Yeah, it's a big float. Yeah, 1.5 billion in the float. That's why, it's not going to move that much. I was just checking here on the weekly chart and all that. I thought maybe if there were more room, it might be interesting just because it will be more of a steady type of a trade rather than something that's going to whip up and down based on that float. But I just think there's probably too much resistance nearby. Really? Hood is having earnings after hours today? Really? Okay, well, I'm totally wrong. Well, that's what we have it post market. Yeah, after hours today. I'm very surprised. You're right. Company's Q2 earnings result. Well, they're doing it pretty quickly. Usually, yeah. So I don't hold through earnings ever. Oh no, I see it here too. No, I do see it. I just checked the news. I obviously should have looked before I spoke because I just didn't think it would have earnings so soon. I mean, it's only not even 4 weeks. I mean, we don't know you can't know for sure, but it doesn't look. I mean, it looks like all the profit taking is happening for the VRPX. I mean, it's just drifting down. Drifting down, down, down. There would have to be a huge amount of volume to push this now. But look at the volume, it's just completely dwindled. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'll be right back. So did it run on volume? NRXP, did it run on volume at all? Not really. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's had a nice little run. Just, I don't know how, if this can sustain it. There's no volume. Should say that. I mean, there is some volume coming in on the 15. You can sort of see, there's that volume bar right there. It has a couple of minutes or minute and 15 seconds to close. So at least it's bigger than these guys here. So a little bit of volume coming in. Well, it won't show on my halt scanner because I think I have a price range. No, I don't have a price range here. I don't know why it didn't show up on the halt scanner. Well, the PMCB, this is a make or break time. I mean, it's just sort of hanging over 7. All right, well, a little wee pop for PMCB, a little one. Oh, I would not want to see it break down through 674. I mean, that, you know, that's a pretty wide stop. That's the bottom of that candle right there. If you took it, I'm not saying you're taking it now, but I would not want to, even a little more aggressive stop would be just underneath 7, like that 694 right there. AFIB did not show up on my option scanner, so let's see why. And the answer is, yeah, well, you obviously have reduced the option volume then, because my option scanner has to have at least 2,000 contracts, so there's only 1,700 here. Plus it's got to be the percentage is fine, of course. That's 2,600%, so that's fine. But it's light on the total number. And it's okay. I mean, you know, it's just sometimes people say, "How come it didn't show up?" And that I have to have an explanation. Well, that would be the reason. That I can help you with one simple video. Okay, Majid? We call them symbol lists, okay, instead of watch lists. There you go. Oh, that changed so that, see, there you go. You know, I asked for that change when it first came out, when this drop down first came out. They don't listen to me. Well, it's hard, Alex. That's a pretty broad question. I mean, you know, depends on what you're trading. If a stock is moving really quickly and it's a low float situation, I think you mentioned that, didn't you get nailed on SGOC or one of those? Yeah. So I mean, nothing you can do about that. You know, if it goes that quickly, but you know, those are even though that was not a low float situation, SGOC, at least we don't have it as a super low float, but you know, it is extremely whippy. Depends where you put your stop, I guess. You know, for something like these sort of stocks, I would usually have wider stops, taking fewer shares, just to protect myself. Now, sometimes nothing will protect you. You know, you might have, say, 500 shares or something, and you have a stop price, and it just whips right through that price very quickly. You might only get out 100 shares. How did I change the font size in B plus? I didn't. I didn't do anything. I didn't realize I had. I don't think there's a way to change the font size in B plus independent of anything else. I mean, I can change the font size of everything down here, okay, but I don't think I can change it independently. So again, is your question, how do you change the font size in Trade Ideas? Or how do you change the font size in B+? Because there's no way that I know of to change the font size independently of... Yeah, I don't... It's possible. All right, I'm going to put that same video in. We call it a symbol list, MDB. Okay, it's called a symbol list, and I just put the video in. It shows you how you do that. Well, we have a spark of life, guys, in the PMCB. What version of are you using, Sam? I mean, I don't know if maybe it's an older version that you're using of Trade Ideas. I don't know if it's the beta with the dock channels and all. That is, but I haven't done anything. I haven't changed. My font size is 10, so I haven't independently changed this. I don't know. What is your font size that you're using? Not in the beta, not in B plus, but just in general. What is the font size? Crazy, isn't it, with the PMCB? Crazy. Okay, when you click on Tools, Options, and font size, so in the general, what do you have? Okay, well, you can change it to 10. Okay, that's one reason. I'm sure if you change it to 10, you know, because I don't see that this is changed independently. So anyway, the bottom line for me, Sam, is that I haven't changed this independently of, I've had 10 forever myself. One moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Man, okay, well, we're back in action here with the PMBC. I mean, PMCB, sorry. We're back in action here. Over the VWAP again, challenging that 10 again. Let's see if this is the time it pops through. But again, this is, you can say, I mean, this is encouraging in terms of what it could do later on. Now, if it happens again, you know, that it just drops like that, I would forget it. Yeah, 8. I used to have it at 8. I'm trying to remember why I don't have it at 8. I think on my 4K monitor. Actually, I don't know if I actually tried it on at 8 on my 4K monitor. I think I know why. I wanted to have it at 10 so that it was easy for people to read it, easier for people to see it. If I could do it at 8, but it might be hard for people to see. So I think that's why I think I experimented. And I think 10 seemed to be sort of the sweet spot for most people. Well, if you're truly a newbie, yeah, I mean, it's why I don't really, you know, you're not going to hear me say, guys, take this trade here. Well, I'm not going to say to do that with any stock, but with these ones, I mean, they're fun. They're when you're on the right side. Not so much fun if you bought up here and had it drop like this on you. The wolf pack, all right. I'm looking for a big volume increase though too, you know. We need a big volume increase. What time is it? 15. See, that's going to shut. I mean, I'd love to have seen a big well, here we go. I mean, let's see now. Well, it's definitely piqued my interest. No, you got to be awfully careful, guys. I would like to see more volume. You see the volume? It's got another 20 seconds to close. What I would have liked to have seen is a big volume bar that looked, you know, up in this level here. You know, maybe definitely more than all these ones, the previous ones here. Maybe challenging these, you know, these volume bars. You need the support. You know, you need the active support of lots of traders. I have three monitors, three 32-inch 4K monitors. I think 10 though would be unbelievable if it could somehow find a way to take out 10. So I'm going to repeat myself. I'm going to say again, keep an eye on this one towards the close and see if it, you know, see if it, especially if it gets over 10, close to 10. All right, so normally I put the SPY up. Was there any action? $2 o'clock meeting or whatever the heck. I don't see there's any reaction whatsoever right now. Some volume came in, but other than that, this is actually kind of a good thing for the PMCB to start to base. Okay, well there's a little reaction right there, I guess. SPY. But this is actually a good thing, in my opinion, for the PMCB to really establish a base at 5, or 5, at 8. I mean, imagine, I mean, I don't keep nagging at this, but imagine we get some volume. All of a sudden, some volume comes shooting in. Well, that's too bad. I have no shorts for that. SGOC. Little pop here for the SPY. We are short SGOC. Well, I wish we could get short SGOC. Well, I could anyway. I know Zach can. Yeah. Yeah, but I bet you were complaining yesterday not having shorts for VRPX. Maybe you were complaining about that one. In which case you're thankful there were no shorts. Well, today is a different day. Oh, I see. You were complaining. Yeah, well, I think we talked about it enough. Yeah, Kroger's been a nice one. Definitely been a nice one. This is an all-time high again. Yesterday was, now today another all-time high for Kroger. All right, guys. Another break. What time is it right now? 2:08. I'll be back in about 4 minutes or so. Maybe by 2:15. All right, guys. I'm just I'm just sitting back in the chair, just kind of watching, kind of seeing if PMCB can pop up over 8 with any velocity, force. In fact, I'm just going to put PMCB up here. I'm hoping tomorrow I can come into the room and say, remember when I was nagging you guys to watch PMCB at the end of the day, see if it closed near the high, and then follow it after hours? I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing again that the other one did, but it's kind of setting up that way. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, it's just it's the extraordinary volume. 116 times the float. No, it's not two. We've already determined that that is a false number, not adjusted for the split that happened. Man, you know what, guys? I was watching this one. I was thinking, you know what? This is having a great rebound. And, you know, I was saying, boy, I better take a much harder look at this. Look at this HLBZ. This is I think this was a SPAC, and it took this company over, merged with this company. This was an all-time low down here. But look at the little move here. Not very much volume, though. Whoa, look at the SPY. Yeah, whoa, look at the SPY. As go big red. Oh boy, look cutest. Yeah, see, I want a high Canadian dollar. I ain't getting it. I mean, sorry, a low. I want a 60-cent dollar for a while. Well, I do everything in the US dollar, so. Yeah, but okay, guys, PMCB, and oh man, tease. Yeah, I ain't doing no cross-border shopping, William. Pardon my English. Yeah, it's a little bit dicey still. I mean, look at that bottoming tail. Yeah, that bottoming tail, I didn't realize it went all the way down here, and then the topping tail up here, but 45 minutes, I'm shutting the room down, and then I'll be staring at this one for about an hour and 15, hour and maybe 2 hours, just to see if it's going to do something insane. Takes out 10. Man, oh man, if it takes out 10. I'm actually trying to remember the last time I had a North American car. No, they're just the company. I know you're kidding, but I just think it'll be exciting if it takes out 10 somehow. Okay, this is what I would do. Just like I did with the V. I don't know why. Every time I try to say that name, the VRPX, I traded most of it out in the after hours, and I kept, it doesn't matter how much I kept. I kept just a little bit in case. I would never keep my. I would never have kept my whole position. I mean, it jumped $7, so, and it's not like the news was that extraordinary. It's just the traders got a hold of it and with that low float. So I kept a little bit, and yeah, I got tremendously rewarded waking up and it had doubled. No, it's not like PMCB. Yesterday, you're right though, the VRPX, virtually nobody had shorts available. It's not the same case with the PMCB. You waited actually till the market opened? I traded it out in the pre-market. Yeah, you just got to go in at limit. You got to pick a price and go in at that price. And well, every broker is different. MDB. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, and so it'll tell me. Let's get one that has shorts. So, it'll tell me this box. I'm using Interactive Brokers, so it tells me how many shorts are available, and it'll tell me if they're available now. Like the other one, there were no shorts available at the time. Now that's Interactive Brokers. Every broker is going to be different. But yesterday, when we were canvassing the room regarding the VRPX, it's probably the first time that I can remember, because Zach usually always has shorts available at center point. I've got Mosaic. I guess I don't. I see classic TWS, so I guess I don't use that. I'm using Mosaic. I know so little about the program Mustang. Had it for 5 years now. Haven't touched it after the first week. The only thing I added was that little window there that the Dreamer told me about I don't know, a month or two ago. $119 times the float. I don't know if that's a record. All right, well, look at the SPY, guys. So we had a big, big bottoming tail now on the SPY so far. What time is it? 2:22, 8 minutes to close that candle. Big bottoming tail so far. So a lot of selling, and then buyers are stepping in as we speak. That doesn't mean it's going to continue like that, but all right, guys, so we're getting close to the end here. I'll be shutting the room down around 3 o'clock. So before I do that, just another quick look at my home page. Well, to take out 10, Sasha, number one, it has to take out 10. After that, I don't know. I mean, understand that if I get into this trade, the PCMB, in a bigger way, hint. Oh my goodness. This minute I have to find it. There it is. Don't worry about what you're seeing, guys. This is a development version I'm on with this bug in it. So, but anyway, I would have to take out 10, number one. Takes out 10, then I got to watch it trade. I mean, then the next high looking left, I mean, it's way up here at 20. And that's all traders are looking at. So what I would more than likely do, if I'm not in before that 10 break, wink, wink, is I would be trading out most of my position. I would not be hanging on. Like, so let's say it got up to 12, 13, 14. I'd be out of most of my position, and I may just hang on to a little bit. Doesn't matter how much that is. I mean, it's all depending on account sizes, of course. Just to see if it does the same sort of thing that the other one did. That's all. So again, my holding would not be my entire position. I'd be trading this out like mad. But holding on to a piece just in case it does the crazy like the other one did tomorrow. All right, guys, my homepage. Let's take a look at my homepage one last time. So you click on my link. Now, I think I've been very clear about this. If you take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use, the 15%. The discount's good for the first month only, right? It's only good for the first month or the entire year. So if you maintain a monthly subscription after that first month, so this is what you'd pay after the first month, okay? 118 and 228. That 15% can only be applied to the first month. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. Of course, on the annual, the 15% is applied to the entire year. But on a monthly, it's only the first month. If it weren't, then why would anybody take out an annual subscription? If you're just going to get 15% month to month to month to month, why would you take out an annual? If the annual is 15%. Anyway. On my homepage, here are the free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video, which I've already done. And the education section. All the education is here. I encourage you guys, if you're new to the program, product, even if you don't have it, you can take a look at what we've got to offer. Okay? Back to basics. If this is great if you're new to trading. And as always, my scans. So you want my scans? This is a layout that I am sharing. Does it look exactly like the layout you see? Not exactly, but yeah, very close. Now, if you're using our doc version, yeah, if you click on my layout, it's probably going to look a little jumbled. But you know what? That's a good practice in for you to put them into a doc. Sharing individual scans right here. So lots of information in these two sections right here. Save my link. You can look at these sections anytime you want by saving my link. Okay, guys. Questions. Are you talking to me about a swing trade, Pitbull? Me? Or just in general? Oh my goodness. EDU. Well, what is it now? $1? Is that what you said? Wow. Well, I think this is what I think. You can risk $2 because that's what you could get. That's what it could go to, 0. So I guess if you're risking $2, that maybe it fills in somehow it fills in. So it's just something I just don't do. I mean, what is the low? What's the actual low here? Looks like that's $1.94. Yeah, get rid of this gray. So it looks like, is it $1.74? Is that the actual low? Looks like $1.74 is the low. Yeah, so if it broke down through that, I'd be out of the trade. But that's a classic bottom feeding type of a trade. You know, you never know what could happen. All these the China education stocks were the first to get thumped by the government. Many of, gotta get used to this. It's not. Is Tal not trading anymore? So you look at Tal doing the same thing. So you have your pick between Tal or EDU. They both look the same. And then you got, so they're all looking the same. All those China education stocks, these three all trade in tandem. William is kidding when he asks that question, but that's okay. So you've gone long. You've gone long, Zim. I'm assuming. Of course you have. Yeah, I'm just looking. It's an AI short, taking advantage of maybe a top. Didn't do too badly. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of cruising into this close. I'm going to put this message in here, closing the room down at 3. AQST, sure. Let's take a look at AQST. I don't pay any attention to analyst ratings or anything like that, but let's just take a look at AQST. And so, okay, so it had earnings on the 3rd. I guess, is that the 3rd? Yeah, that's the 3rd. So I had a little pop on earnings, but it really hasn't broken out at all. I mean, it just, broke out that day and it's just been chopping around. I mean, I'll be honest, there's nothing in this that gets me excited about it. I mean, it's got some resistance right around here, around 4, just over 4. It's got some more right around here. I mean, what are you looking for? To me, it just doesn't have enough room to keep a sustained move. It's not a huge float, 34 million, so it's not like a huge float, not a low float. But this move right there on earnings, I mean, what else is going to keep it moving higher? Unless it has, I don't even know what they do. So it's a therapeutic, so it's a bio, some sort. So unless they come up with some news, that's going to kind of juice the stock. Like what is going to get it to go? It's already had earnings. I'm just a person that likes to see it's like on the charts, a stock that has a lot more room to run before it hits any sort of resistance. That's but that's just my style, and I just don't see that on this particular chart, on this for this particular stock. Mr. PMCB doing his thing again. What time is it now? 2:38. Definitely got some some nervous traders right around here. Topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. That was a miserable one. That was a miserable one yesterday. NAOV. Yeah, but look at this. I mean, look what it. Remember this one got up to 424 and it closed down here at 288. And that's a huge percentage drop. I know some of you, Aja, are in love with this one, but way too erratic for me. I don't know where I could put a stop. I know you mentioned, some kind of a box that you're using, but that would have to be my stop. I mean, 215, 217. It'd be $1 away if I were going to swing this one. The Darvo stock, yes. I do know of it. I've never seen it in action, but all right, guys, listen, I'm just, unless I see any questions, I'm just going to basically put myself on mute. If you have any questions, ask. But, I'm just basically just cruising now into this close, just going to keep an eye on the PMCB, see how it closes. It actually, it's a bear to do it. I was able. I think in this build, there. I think I see it. I was able to do it, but it's crazy. It should be just a real simple. I was left clicking like mad, and something popped up. It's a known problem in the simulator anyway. I don't know if you're connected to IB or E-Trade. I don't know if that's the case, but in the simulator, now I can't get it to come up at all. I was doing it last night, honest. I can't remember if I was right clicking like mad or left clicking like mad. You know what? I saw something flash. Anyway, it is a known problem, Greg. Somebody asked me about gravy, GRVI. Anyway, gravy, let's see. So I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change. Again, it's just one of these that, you know me, I like to see a ton of room. So if I look left on the weekly chart, 740, 650, I mean, it's not bad, but, I don't know about a swing. I mean, it's having a nice little bump here. Partners with Alfie to enter the AI industry. Okay, so there was some news today. I don't know if you think that news is good enough to keep it moving. I mean, it's a nice lot, good volume. I didn't realize. Yeah, the float is actually pretty low. It's almost traded the float. So it popped on that news in the pre-market. Market opens, it drops, pops, chugs around. I guess if you think long term, whatever they're doing with that partnership to get AI, maybe it's found a bottom. And yeah, I mean, it's better than a lot of the ones that people ask me about, to be honest. And it has some news. At least it has some news today. Oh, really? Okay. Whoa, no kidding on the PMCB. Well, I don't think I've got my doubts. I have my doubts now. Definitely have my doubts. Whoa. Aha. Now that was a bug. I think it's a good time for me to shut down, guys. Let me just load it again. You're welcome. Let's get this up and running here. Stop. Oh, yeah, right. Yikes. Yeah, that was, I know what I did. All right, guys, maybe I should shut down now. Listen, I'll stick around again. Questions? I just don't see. I don't see the PC. Listen, unless the PMCB, hops up over $8 really soon, which it could. The key area for it to hold right now is 7. I can't remember if there was actually any specific news for it. All I kept seeing was Nasdaq uplisting. But I don't think that was new today. They did a big reverse split. Maybe, but that's all I really saw this morning. The CEO talking about the Nasdaq uplisting. Absolutely, it's absurd, Peter. Absolutely. So all we try to do is take advantage of the absurdity. Yeah, Alf is moving, guys. Alf is moving. Set a nice move after hours yesterday. This is after hours yesterday. Went from about 9 all the way up to almost to 11. Pre-market was right around 11. Open, yeah, 7. Well, our 7 o'clock. That's when we start getting our data. Well, we all could have a dose of that one, SWS. Well, yeah, SGOC working a little bit even after that. Who was it? The Wasp hater or the Wasp? What was it? What website? Wolf? Wolfhound? Wolfpack. Okay. Well, my opinion is that if it definitely if it breaks down through 7, I think that's it. You know, this it could be just jockeying, you know, before power hour. You know, if it stays between 8 and 7 and then does something, maybe, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good now. All right, guys. Well, listen, if there are no more questions, I think I'll shut down now. Again, I'll always stick around if there are questions, but if there are no more questions, I think I will shut down now. All right, guys. Listening to a crazy song here. Okay, we'll do this again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.